Okay, we all set? Good evening, everyone. Let's see, it is Wednesday, October 30th, 2024. The time is now 6:01, and I call the Fraser special meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Baranski.
Present.
Mayor Lesich.
Present.
Councilmember Odell.
Here.
Councilmember Perry.
Here.
Councilmember Shornack.
Present.
Councilmember Stein.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland.
Present.
That is a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Item number 4, approval of the agenda. I would entertain a motion to approve.
Motion. Second.
A motion by Councilmember Shornack, seconded by Councilmember Stein to approve the agenda as presented. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. The agenda is approved. Item number 5 is what we call citizen participation. In a regular meeting, this would be a time if you had something to say about an agenda item and you weren't able to be here during that agenda portion of the meeting. Tonight, we have one item on the agenda, which is sheets, so I would suggest that you save your comments for the public hearing portion. So if anyone has anything they'd like to say beforehand, they can, but like I said, your comments are best heard during that public hearing. Okay. Yes?
One question, is this a meeting or a public hearing?
This is a meeting with a public hearing.
Okay.
Yes. No, it's a good question. It is a public hearing inside of a special meeting. Yes?
Will there be a vote tonight?
That it is on the agenda for consideration. Whether there is a vote, a final vote taken tonight, we don't know until we get to that point of the meeting.
Can we have the city attorney address the difference between a hearing and a meeting, please?
We will do that in a moment, yes. Mr. Denault and I have already talked about an opportunity for him to clarify some things for us. All right, anyone else like to speak at this time? All right, seeing none, let's move on. Item number 6A, new business. It is a presentation by Sheets for a conditional rezoning application Z23. And Mr. Gaber, is it?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, excuse me. I did this out of order. We're doing so. Introduction to the proposal. I want to turn this over to Lauren, our planner, to give us a high-level overview of that, and then you will be able to give your presentation. I apologize for being out of order on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first off, we want to just cover what is a conditional rezoning. And so a conditional rezoning is a process that allows a property to be rezoned with specific conditions attached. And these conditions must be voluntarily offered by the applicant and cannot be imposed by the city. And so conditional rezonings are used to allow more flexibility in land use and balancing the interest of developers, the community, and the local government. And so this is because traditional zoning might not always account for unique circumstances or specific project requirements. And so conditional rezonings can help bridge that gap. And so that's why they are permitted. They're permitted under Michigan Zoning Enabling Act, and this is what is under consideration tonight. So the proposal is the applicant Sheets proposes to rezone a 3.3 acre site from the Community Business District, CBD, to the Commercial General District, CG, for the purpose of building and operating a 24-hour fast food restaurant and gas station. The site is located on the southwest corner of Utica Road and 14 Mile Road, and the existing site includes the vacant former State Bank of Fraser building and a vacant parking lot. Should also be noted, while the State Bank of Fraser is historic in nature, it's not actually a registered historic building, so it is not protected as a registered historic building is. So under this proposal, Sheets would need 3 special land use approvals and 4 variance approvals. And City Council, as part of the conditional rezoning, has the authority to approve or deny these variances and special land uses. So the special land uses are to operate a fast food restaurant, to operate a gasoline service station, and to operate a 24-hour operation. And so these are all special land uses in the commercial general district. The variances are to allow a 24 operation contiguous to a residential district, to reduce the required parking spaces from 75 to 62 spaces, to allow two 14.84 square foot wall signs when only one 48 square foot wall signs permitted, and to permit off-street loading fuel and merchandise in the front yard when only side and rear loading is permitted. So the voluntary conditions for the proposal are listed in the conditional rezoning agreement, Exhibit C, on page 16 of the conditional rezoning agreement. That's included on the packet online. I won't go through them. I believe the applicant will likely go through these in more detail during their presentation. And so a brief overview of the review process. Planning Commission in January 3rd, 2024 held a public hearing and gave their recommendation on this, and we'll cover that at the end of this report. In the time since that meeting to now, the attorneys for both the city and Sheets team have been working to draft and finalize a conditional rezoning agreement, and that is satisfactory to the city. And so now that that has happened, it is being brought back for consideration at this October 30th meeting. We'd also like to note that per Section 32-261E, that we have received a protest from 20% or more of the frontage immediately in the rear of the property. So this will now require 2/3 of City Council to approve the proposal. Again, City Council has the authority to approve or deny any special land uses or variances because of this, and if it is approved, then the zoning district classification and zoning map would be changed as a result. So the planning report that covers my responses to the special land use criteria that Planning Commission typically looks at, and the zoning criteria that the zoning board for variances they typically look at is included on the report online, so I won't go into that. What wasn't included is the conditions for approving conditional rezoning that are found in Section 32-261F4I. So I will go through these hopefully quickly, just because they were not included on the report online. And so the first item is that so in general, the conditional rezoning agreement, and conditional rezoning plan will result in a development of the property or establishment of a land use that is, the first item is beneficial to the applicant, city, and public. And so another note is that these comments were provided as part of the proposal that was submitted for the January meeting, so they have not changed. And again, perhaps the applicant will update those in their presentation. But as of right now, it stands that their response was the conditional rezoning will result in a vibrant mixed use of the property at a visible intersection, restoring the life into a blighted site. The use will service the needs of area residents for gas, a meal, food, and other convenience items. The applicant is also purchasing the vacant lot parcel south of the bank site to provide a pond with park amenities for public use and enjoyment, as well as enhancing landscaping to replace much of the sea of asphalt that currently exists with landscaping and green space. The development also pays tribute to the history of the site and the community by creating a plaza at the corner, featuring and repurposing of facade masonry from the state bank into a monument to commemorate the former use of the property. The development will also alleviate stormwater drainage problems from the site that causes to the neighbors to the south. So the planning comments is that we do not believe this is a mixed-use development, as mixed use refers to a type of development where zoning of multiple functions, such as residential, commercial, recreational, sometimes industrial, are integrated into the same area building. All the proposed uses are commercial. This proposal may be beneficial to the city from an economic development standpoint and from a stormwater management perspective, but the autocentric nature of the business does go against the master plan's intent for low-intensity uses. The second item is that it will not be detrimental to neighboring properties of the public, and the applicant commented that the property is zoned and will likely be redeveloped for a commercial site. The applicant has offered conditional rezoning plan that will minimize any adverse effects to the residential neighbors, as they will be screened by existing 6 feet concrete, as well as a detention pond, park area, trees, and other landscape screening to be installed. Then they mentioned the drive-through lane will have a touch screen and no menu board, but the drive-through has been eliminated from this proposal. The lighting will be shielded and directed downward to not spill over. the property line. The building will be brick on 4 sides with high-quality architectural features and finishes which exceed ordinance requirements. These are concessions beyond what the zoning ordinance requires, which another development will likely not provide. Further, the development will have a positive impact on the neighboring properties when considering the addition of both the park, pond, picnic area, trees for public use and enjoyment, and the corner pedestrian plaza with historical commemoration of the former use of the property by the Fraser State Bank. Development will also alleviate stormwater drainage problems from the site. Again, we'd note that the drive-through is not part of the proposed property, and we do find that the 24 operations may be detrimental to the residents nearby, but we'd like to note that the applicant is meeting all the standards for screening that they are required, which is intended to mitigate those concerns. Item C is that it will enhance the area in a way that would be unlikely to be achieved or would not be assured in the absence of a conditional rezoning. The applicant commented, as discussed above, another commercial use is likely to develop in accordance with the zoning ordinance requirements. It would not offer to minimize the adverse effects as discussed in the question above or add the community benefits as discussed in the next item. Further, it is highly likely that the existing 2 parcels will be developed separately with 2 different commercial uses. And so we do note that this property has been vacant for 2 years. It's possible it could be developed in a way that enhances the community and complies with the zoning ordinance. However, in terms of if it's likely, the vacancy would indicate that it's probably unlikely. And finally, that it isn't in the public interest considering the benefits reasonably expected to accrue from the proposal compared to the foreseeable detriments associated with it. And so the applicant provided that, as discussed above, the public interest is served by the redevelopment of the unused and blighted property, the applicant's purchase of the second parcel to add a detention pond and public park area, historical monument plaza at the corner, and building materials and features and landscaping which exceed ordinance requirements, and the correction of existing stormwater deficiency at the site. These public benefits exceed any potential detriments to the development. And again, we would note that the redevelopment of the property would offer benefits to the city, such as the additional landscaping and stormwater, public seating areas, and economic benefit. The detriments that we would foresee would be that it would eliminate the potential for developing the CBD in a manner that is consistent with the master plan. The other items that the zoning ordinance specifies as criteria for the conditional rezoning include discretionary standards set forth for special land use and variances, which I've already noted that we won't go into as they're available. My comments are available on the planner report online, and again, I believe the applicants will likely update theirs as the variances are different from the last time, the last proposal that was reviewed. So briefly going through the site plan deficiencies, if this is approved, there would be no additional site plan review. The site plan is largely compliant with the zoning standards for the CG district. The areas that it's not compliant, the applicant is seeking a variance for. The only item is the lighting plan. They have not provided a compliant lighting plan, although they have indicated that they will be able to do so. And finally, Planning Commission's recommendation. So Planning Commission heard a similar proposal on January 3rd, 2024. Again, the proposal has changed a little bit since, and it is a slightly different project that they're now proposing. But Planning Commission did vote unanimously to recommend denial of the conditional rezoning agreement for the following reasons. First being that Planning Commission is concerned with the sustainability of existing businesses and the surrounding site, concerns with the pond and safety of the pond with picnic area, concerns with the request allowing monument signs at the site because there are other monument signs along the road, as well as the amount of signage they're asking overall have a negative impact on residents, surrounding areas, and finally, that it goes against the master plan. So with that, that concludes my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Lauren. Now we'll turn it over to Don Denault, our city attorney, for any additional comments that he would like to make, and then we will turn to Sheets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome, everybody. Thank you all for being here tonight. I'm going to do a what lawyers don't normally do. I'm going to try to put some of this in plain English for all of you, because I know it's hard to probably follow and understand what's happening tonight. And I came up with an analogy that I thought might be helpful to the public. If someone came to you and said, I'd like to rent your basement, you would entertain the proposal. You would look at it, you would listen to the terms that are being offered, they would propose certain conditions, like we promise to be home by 10 p.m., and we won't disturb the upstairs, and we'll never touch your refrigerator, right? You come up with a list of conditions and proposals that you could live with. And then you'd consider it further, and you'd give it thought, and you'd compare it to your own house rules. And those house rules have to be followed if the proposal is to be granted. Well, that's what City Council is being asked to do tonight. City Council, they're members of the community like all of us. They aren't necessarily trained in zoning or planning. They aren't planning commissioners. They aren't zoning board of appeals members. So they've had to take a crash course, too, to learn all of this in the last few months in terms of what the standards are, how to apply them, why they're necessary, why they matter in the ordinance. And at the end of the day, after Planning Commission does its part, because that's how the state law sets it up, Planning Commission goes first and gives the opportunity to the public a chance to speak about it, to vet it, to maybe refine it a bit, and hear from the applicant. Ultimately, the Planning Commission is only a recommending body. That is designed by law to be that way for a reason. The reason being that it gave the applicant a first shot at seeing what the temperature of the community is. The applicant can then go back and say, well, I'd like to press forward. I think I could revise my proposal based on what I heard. I think I can make something palatable for the community, and I'm going to bring that to City Council. So by law, City Council has to do this. It's not that they asked for this or want to do this. I force them to because the law says they have to. So that's why we're all here tonight. They will be looking at a proposal from Sheets, and they'll be presenting shortly, and they will be taking that proposal and measuring it against the city code, city ordinances, and what they each feel is best for the community at the end of the day. The planner mentioned something about working on an agreement or something satisfactory to the city, and just to clarify what that means, by law, if they do want to move forward, when the Planning Commission is done with its recommendation, they have to draft what we call an agreement, a contract, a conditional rezoning document that lays out everything they plan to do, no exceptions, no going back, and once they're happy with what they've presented, then it's my job and city planner's job and city engineer's job to go through it and make sure that it meets up with law, that it's not ambiguous or vague, that we can find any landmines in there and eliminate them, to make it as clean as possible. By no means does it mean that my job or the planner or the engineer are approving it or not approving it or rendering an opinion about it. We just clean it up to make sure that it works under the city code. We've done that with the attorney for Sheets and their team. The document itself is, in my opinion, legally sound. It covers what it needs to cover. It follows our ordinances in terms of not missing anything that the ordinances make them put in there. But at the end of the day, it's not our decision as the administrative team to make a call on whether or not it meets the ordinance standards, whether or not it's palatable for the community, and that's why we're here tonight for that final part of the process. Ultimately, the City Council tonight has options. They can make a motion to approve it as it was presented. They can make a motion to approve it if, for some reason, Sheets hears the temperature of the community and offers amendments to it. They can make a motion to deny it because they don't feel it meets the ordinance standards or for other reasons that fit under the city code and law. Or they can make a motion to postpone it because they need more information or they need more time to deliberate or somebody says we're going to go back to the drawing board. So there's a lot of different ways it could go. No one is saying that it's set in stone, and no one even knows where we'll end up tonight. That's why you're all here. That's why we're all here. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I don't think I have anything else to add.
Thank you, Mr. Denault. Okay, now we will turn it over to Sheets for their presentation so everyone knows exactly what is being proposed down to every detail they wish to share. Council and city administration may ask questions of Sheets during that time, and we may call on our planner or our attorney as necessary. When Sheets concludes, we will open the public hearing so everyone in the audience may speak on this proposal. And we will identify any correspondence we received on this proposal. After the public hearing is concluded, we will provide responses from the city administration and Sheets as appropriate. Sheets may then make its closing remarks and council will deliberate on the proposal. I just want to make it clear. First, I forgot to say, if you have your phones on, not on silent, please do so. and so that our applicant can present without any interruption. And we will patiently and thoroughly listen to everyone's comments. So I want you to know that there is no reason. We will, when we called you up, we'll have you come up, stand in line. No, there's no reason to jump up. We're not on getting off an airplane. So it will be plenty of time, and everyone's time will be respected. So with that, Mr. Gaber, would you like to take it from here?
Mr. Brockelmeyer will do that first, but thank you.
Good evening. David Brockelmeyer with Sheets, 39300 West 12 Mile Road, Farmington Hills, Michigan. Thank you for having us here tonight, members of City Council, city staff. Is it a little bit, is that better? Hold on one moment. I'm going to pick it up. Thank you for having us here tonight, members of City Council, members of staff, as well as members of the general public. We appreciate your time here tonight. I'm here with John Gaber, our attorney with WWRP, as well as Becky Klein with PEA Group, and some other members of our Sheets team. We're very excited to be here tonight. We've taken a lot of time to have conversations with both city staff and the community, and we've made quite a few amendments to our proposal that was originally proposed in January. And so we're very excited to make those tonight and give you some clarifications and a little bit more information about our application. With that said, I'd like to take a few minutes and just go through a little bit about who Sheets is. So Sheets was started in 1952 in central Pennsylvania. It was started by Bob Sheets, and Bob really went and kind of went crazy when he was 18, and he bought a little dairy deli carryout in central Pennsylvania, and that has turned into what Sheets is today. We operate over 760 locations, and we are still family owned and family operated, and that comes with a lot of really positive things. We care about the communities we operate in. We really take a lot of pride in our sites, and I think I'll be able to communicate that a little bit more tonight through some of the slides I'm about to present. I really want to focus on family operated because someone hears 760 locations and they might think that's too big to possibly be family owned, family operated. Well, that is certainly not the case. We have over 16 family members from the Sheets family that come in to work every day and are making critical decisions about Sheets. And that really shows in how we, deliver sites and how we deliver to our customers day in and day out. I'd like to take you a little bit through our experience. What does our building look like? We offer a full kitchen 24/7, 365. You can order a breakfast sandwich at 2 p.m. and you can order fried chicken at 8 in the morning, or you could order a bean burrito or something like that at any time of the day. It's really a very unique offering. In addition to that, we have a full, specialty coffee bar within our kitchen that we can make all kinds of specialty coffee, anything you can imagine. It really is a very unique offering. Just to focus a little bit more on that restaurant portion of who Sheets is, we have 30 indoor dining seats at each location. People really do come here, sit down and enjoy a meal, enjoy a cup of coffee, maybe even shoot out an email on their way to work on the free Wi-Fi and really enjoy their experience at Sheets. And something that makes that experience very fluid and very seamless is our touch ordering. They can come into our store and order anything off of our touchpad from our kitchen, and they can go pay and sit down and wait for their food to be ready and really just enjoy that kind of ease of ordering and enjoying their food and their meals. Along with the inside of the building being heavily restaurant focused, I want to focus on the premium look of the building. You can see here on the screen, we really do have premium brick, stone, four-sided architecture. It features metal awnings, really good looking and reasonable sign packages. It really is a best-in-class look. We really do set the bar for architecture in the industry. And I just wanted to give you a second to take a look at this and realize, we have full-sided brick sections and full stone. It's not lick and stick. We really make a big investment into the look and feel of our building. Along with that investment, I want to take a second and highlight a lot of the economic impacts that are going to come from this investment that Sheets is proposing to make. We are proposing to spend well over $8 million for this location at the local community. What does that mean? We have local contractors in the state of Michigan. We are using local engineers, architects, traffic engineers, all kinds of other geotechnical consultants. We really make that investment locally, and that stays here in the Southeast Michigan area. even more locally focused, 30 to 35, hopefully full-time positions if they're willing to take full-time positions at each location, including this location. That's something that 30 to 35 positions here in the city of Fraser is a pretty incredible investment. The tax assessment upon this property will increase. That's something that's great for the surrounding community, both the county and the city of Fraser. It's something that, we're sitting in a situation where this property is underutilized. And, at this point, the taxes are going to continue to be lower until an investment's made in the property to take it out of its blighted state. And that is something that we're really excited to do here today, or present here today. Sheets for the kids. Donations to food banks, donations to the Special Olympics and other organizations in the schools is something that Sheets is continually doing in the community and continually improving in the community. It's something that really speaks volumes about the fact that we care about where we operate. So those are donations that go out year in, year out. And just to highlight Sheets for the kids, we're coming up on Christmas time. Each location that we operate takes 16 kids under their wing, and they go out and do shopping for them. And they really make a special point to give all 16 kids a really nice Christmas. It may only sound like 16 kids, but take 16 times 760, and that's a pretty incredible impact. And that was actually started by Sheets employees. It wasn't even started by the Sheets family. It just speaks to our organization and the people we have working here. I'm going to go a little bit more into the next slide and just talk about what this means for our employees. So Sheets offers medical, dental, vision. The benefits are incredible. I can speak to that. We had an experience this year. Store employees get paid time off, parental leave, all of these things that are really unique to the industry offering. That's something that Sheets is happy to be able to provide to all of our employees. It really sets the standard, and that's something we're very proud of. A couple other things to reinforce the brand of who we are. How do we prove that we are who we say we are? Well, that comes from other people. Other people are looking at our organization and how we operate. And Great Places to Work and People Magazine have continued to rank us in the top 100 companies that care. And that really comes down to we care about our employees and the communities that we operate in. And a Great Place to Work and Fortune also named us in the top 100 best companies to work for. That highlights that our employees really love to work at Sheets. So that's how we can come and show that we really are a good community partner and are good to our employees. If there's no questions about the brand and who we are, I'd like to move into some more specifics about the site and the request tonight to rezone conditionally from CBD to the CG district. And all the special land use variances and things like that, John Gaber will be going through here in a moment. A quick overview of this site. It's 3.3 acres. We're leaving 1.62 acres of open space. That is something, I want to highlight this. This is incredible. We're very proud to be able to offer this kind of green space. When you do developments in areas that are as dense as Southeast Michigan, it's very difficult to be able to offer this kind of green space. So this is something really unique I would like to highlight. And we'll go through a little bit more of the details in the landscaping here in a second. But just to start putting that in your minds of an incredible offering of 1.62 acres. The site will feature a 6139 square foot restaurant convenience store and 8 fuel pumps, 2 sides, so 16 fueling stations. I want to take a minute and just address the condition of the bank. I think there's been a lot of proposals and a lot of thoughts into, what may be able to happen in this bank. And I think a lot of people have seen the outside of the bank. But I think this kind of goes to highlight maybe some of the conditions on the inside of the bank that people aren't able to see as easily. This property is in need of an unbelievable investment that, hasn't come to date. And the reason is it's just going to take millions of dollars to bring this site into compliance, into code, into something that could really be usable. Unfortunately, it's just in that kind of a state where economically, no one's going to be able to make this bank into anything feasible. And then I want to, so that just gives you an idea of what the bank really looks like on the inside. I want to move it back to landscaping here really quickly and give you a couple more statistics. So 49% of the site is proposed to be green space versus the 30% required by code. So we have a 19% increase that we have offered as part of this conditional rezoning agreement. And I think that just, again, speaks to the incredible offer here that we're making. There's very substantial landscaping buffer via trees, mounding, and frankly, distance from the residents that are on Rosemary. We've continued to have conversations about that and figure out how we can, further make more density along that southern property line and reduce impact to our neighbors. In addition to that, the plaza that's proposed at 14 in Utica, we are making the commitment to preserve elements of the existing bank facade. And what that means is we are going to take pieces of the limestone that say, for instance, State Bank of Fraser, 1910, and then also some other elements and critical architecture elements and save those when we demo the building. And what that exactly looks like at the end, I think we want to work with city staff on the final look of it, but really the essence of it would be a very nice knee wall presenting the word State Bank of Fraser, 1910 in a similar orientation that the building actually sits in now. You can kind of see it's got a three-sided architecture, and then have a nice planting out front with flowers and bushes and things of that nature to just memorialize the bank, understanding that, it was something that, was important to the look of 14 in Utica. One other thing I'd like to know, under the CBD, looking at the zoning ordinance, there's only one setback requirement, and it is the frontage on 14 in Utica. Someone could come in and develop this property and go essentially build pavement up to the property line. So this rezone actually takes that and makes the conditions more strict upon the site. And that's how we're able to achieve that goal of community benefit, restricting the site further, making sure we preserve a lot of the green space, and under the central business district, that's not something that's contemplated. A quick look at our building. This top slide would face 14 Mile Road, and the bottom side would face east towards Utica. Again, really premium four-sided architecture. We've got good glazing, a good architectural element. It really is a best-in-class looking building, and this is precisely the elevations we've proposed for this site. Just going through the site plan quickly, you can see the 6139 square foot convenience store located central to the site, with the back of our building facing south and the second back of the building facing west. Really taking the parts of our building that aren't active and pointing them south towards the residents, understanding we don't want to put more towards the residents. And then also taking the 8 fuel pumps and putting them out towards 14 in Utica. Again, keeping in mind that we do have neighbors to a commercial property here. What does it really look like? We went and had a professional rendering designer put together what this site looks like from 14 in Utica. So this is a view looking southwest. And really this is to scale. This is what our site is going to look like, including all of the plantings and things of that nature that are there and proposed, just to give you a feel for what we are really proposing. This is a bird's eye view, again, looking from 14 Mile south. Again, just reiterates what our site plan is going to look like. You can see this really dense landscaping we've proposed, a lot of buffer space from our neighbors, all of that kind of thing. I'm happy to bring these back up later should you want to take a look again. And then that is a view looking towards Utica Road. Again, great looking landscaping. We are going to build a wall on the west side of the property. We'll go through that here in a little bit. Like I alluded to earlier, we've spent a lot of time speaking to the community. We had a community meeting. We have continued to do some outreach to residents on Rosemary, and we've heard some concerns. And that's certainly something that comes with commercial development. However, I think we can talk this through and really understand how we can address some of these items and how we have addressed a lot of these items through this application. The items are traffic, safety, noise, light, and environmental quality. I'd like to first speak about traffic, and this kind of speaks to human nature. When you go to seek out fuel or convenience, maybe a cup of coffee on your way to work, naturally you're inclined to turn right into a site and right out. And that's something that is really looked at in traffic studies for our type of use. And really this type of use is a traffic capture. There's already 21,000 cars a day on Utica and 16,000 average daily traffic on 14 Mile. It's a lot of traffic. But it's something where we capture traffic and put it back on the roadway. Customers are looking for easy, convenient access, and that's something that is taken into account in our traffic study. Since we've had all these conversations with the community, we have made an agreement and an update to our traffic study to have only a right-in and right-out on 14 Mile Road. That is reflected on our plans in our traffic study. The traffic study does support this. And that's something that we directly heard from neighbors quite a few times. So we did make that adjustment on our plans. Another thing that was called for in the traffic study, and this is a little bit more technical in nature, but really just retiming the signal at the intersection is going to alleviate some of the traffic issues, and that was supported by the traffic study as well. We would be taking that under our wing and doing that work as a part of our project at no cost to the city. Safety. Safety is certainly a concern for any commercial property. It's certainly, knowing we have a 24-hour use, our employees and our customers are of the most importance. We have a first-class security operations center run by Sheetz employees 24/7, 365. And what this really does is ensure that we have a consistent level of monitoring on the site, and should there be any issues, we have several mitigating factors. First off, we have active monitoring on the site. We have, quote-unquote panic buttons for employees. Should there be any issues, they could press a button and our security operations center will immediately respond. But even more importantly, we make a lot of relationships within the communities with, police officers and first responders where we operate. And that's something that's even more important. We generally have a lot of police officers that do come in and grab a cup of coffee. It kind of sets that standard of we do have that presence of police departments and first responders on our sites. And just to reiterate that local presence, we have local security officials, like local security employees, and all they do is they take a group of stores and they make sure there's no issues going on. And if there are some issues, they're able to address those one-on-one and maybe we need a mitigating factor and they're able to make that call. I'll go through a few more items here. Noise and light. I think that's really covered under the buffering that we've been able to provide with the site. We will absolutely be able to comply with the lighting ordinance and not having any spillover on the property line. Really, our sites, we've done noise studies, and we are usually less noisy, if you will, than road traffic. So with 25,000 cars, almost 40,000 cars at this intersection, there's already a lot of traffic noise, tires, engines, brakes, all of those things. We tend to be less noisy than that. And so really what we see is that our sites, when we build in landscaping buffering, really don't have an impact on a lot of the residences near where we operate our stores in some instances. One other thing I'd like to note is that our fueling system traps all the fumes. Some of the old fuel stations and some of the old technology, would release a lot more fumes into the air when fueling. And in modern fuel systems, that is not the case today. We're going to go through a few more items about our fueling system. I did allude to this earlier, and this is related to the noise and the lighting impacts. This red line shows where the CBD would require a setback. When you look at this dark green line, that is what will be the proposed pavement setback for the CG district and our project. And then this green line, this light green line, is our building setback. That's something that really highlights that. What I want to highlight to you with this slide is we really have restricted the site down, and rezoning this property does put a lot of extra restrictions upon it. With this Central Business District, the CBD, someone could go and build pavement up to this property line, and that's just something we wanted to make sure you were aware of. I alluded to speaking a little bit more about the fuel system. We really do truly set the bar. Sheetz installs a state-of-the-art UST and dispensing system. It's electronically and physically monitored. We do inspections 4 times a year, which exceeds the EPA minimums by 4 times. And really the big thing I want to hit on here is that Sheetz is 100% nearly 100% in technical compliance with the EPA. If we find any issues, we report it to the EPA. That's something that's really uncommon in the industry. for instance, in the industry in Southeast Michigan, in Michigan in general, there's a roughly 70% compliance from competition. So that really reiterates we set the bar on how we maintain and operate our fueling systems. And going in deeper into like the why, we really want to be a community partner. So all of these concerns, we wanted to make sure we communicated out. We had the public meeting, or we had the community meeting. We've reached out and we heard some things. First off, the right in, right out on 14 Mile. Also eliminating the drive-through was something that was requested as part of that meeting. And so those were some of the pieces of feedback that we took in, and we really were able to make changes on our site plan to accommodate. And should this application be approved, I'd like everybody to know that this wouldn't be the last piece of the conversation. We routinely work with communities that we're in. You know, if something is going on or maybe we need to make a slight tweak here or there, we absolutely do that kind of thing. And we also get to know our property owners. Our store manager will have the cell phone numbers of all the residents that are nearby. That's something that we do just as a good faith effort to be a community partner with our operations team. With all that said, I think we've alluded to tonight that there are some voluntary rezoning conditions that we'd like to take you through and address here. And these are detailed out in the conditional rezoning agreement that we've worked with the city attorney as well as John Gaber here. This rezoning, this conditional rezoning, would restrict this property to only being a gasoline service station, fast food restaurant without a drive-through, and may be open for 24 hours a day. And under this conditional rezoning, if we stop, using this property that way and we try to go for something different, our zoning would revert. And that's one of the ways that we can protect the city. So nobody can come in here and just take the CG district and just use this property that way in the future for any other use. It would be restricted to this particular set of uses. We will develop the property in according to the plans that are approved. So these plans we've been working with staff on, and there would be some revisions, and we would be working with the city staff to make final revisions and get a full set together to go to Plan Commission. But we are committing to, building and developing the property in accordance with what we've presented. We will build the architecture that we've presented in our slides and in the submissions to the city. We are going to exceed the setback requirements. Those are detailed out in some of John's presentations. We'll let him, go through that a little bit, as well as the landscaping requirements. We are exceeding the landscaping requirements significantly, as well as the number of trees, and John is going to go through that as well. Developing stormwater management plans. We are going to bring this site up to county standards. Most of Southeast Michigan has flooding issues, and when a property like this gets redeveloped, it really can make a huge impact to the stormwater in the area. In this instance, this property does not have any stormwater mitigation, and that's something that we are going to invest in and make sure that we bring the property up to stormwater standards. We're going to take the property and remove the, quote unquote, blight from the property. We're going to clean it up. We're going to make it look good and like a very well-presented corner of the city of Fraser. We're going to purchase the additional land where we will construct a 3,000 square foot minimum picnic area for the public. It's really somewhere where the public could come up, grab a bite to eat from one of our stores, sit down and enjoy all the landscaping, the nice site that we've built. We will construct the plaza, as I detailed out earlier, preserving portions of the State Bank of Fraser, and in accordance with what we work with staff on, to really present to that corner and preserve the history of the State Bank of Fraser. We will provide property to the property owners to the south. I'll go through this on the next slide. There are some pieces of property. This is a very interestingly shaped parcel, and it would be better to dedicate several pieces of this back to the property owners to the south for their use and enjoyment. I'll go through that a little bit more on the next slide. Number 11, on the west side of the site, we will install a 6-foot masonry wall to replace the wood fence that is there now that is in pretty deteriorated condition. We will limit the driveway on 14 Mile to a right in and right out. And finally, number 13, we would like to make a $50,000 donation to the city for major roadway improvements. And that is something that's specifically spelled out in the ordinance for the conditional rezoning agreement. And it was something where we felt we could make an impact to the city of Fraser, where we hope to operate our store. So happy to answer any questions you may have on those 13 voluntary rezoning conditions. If not, I would like to hand this over to my attorney, John Gaber.
Show the next slide, the picture.
Yeah, I did need to go through this. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. This is a piece of the property highlighted in blue that is existing and would never have been done today. But it's something where, you know, property owners to the south have actually been enjoying this property for a while. And it just, as a part of the development, was never used for the commercial portion, and we would be willing to dedicate this back to the property owners on Rosemary for their use and enjoyment. And when we put our plans together, we assumed that we were dedicating all of this property. So the setbacks we've shown are from the new property line that would not include the blue outline. So we took worst case scenario and put setbacks from, you know, assuming we gifted the property back to the property owners to the south. With that, I will now turn that over to John Gaber.
Thank you, David. Okay, let's try this. Okay. Well, I appreciate the way David has gone through this and basically explained our site and our development and our proposal to you. What I would like to do is to take a few minutes and go through some of the legalities of the situation. And like your city attorney mentioned, I'm going to try to keep this in layman's terms as much as possible. As a conditional rezoning here, I want to piggyback on what your planner said earlier in this discussion. A conditional rezoning is an animal that was created by the legislature in 2006. Before that, basically, if we came forward to you, we would have to ask for a regular rezoning. And what that means essentially is that we would ask to have the property rezoned from, you know, CBD to general commercial. And if you rezoned it to general commercial, that would mean that we could actually use the property for any of the permitted uses in general commercial, you know, like a hotel or motel, for example. And also, it would not require us to submit any type of a site plan. It wouldn't lock us into a plan. That general rezoning would allow us to submit anything that complies with your zoning ordinance requirements. So as a result of that, a lot of municipalities were reluctant to grant rezonings, and the legislature noted this. So what they did is they added a conditional rezoning section into the Zoning Enabling Act. And what that does is give the property owner the ability to offer conditions to, usually those are conditions to restrict the development and the use of the property and to mitigate any potential adverse impacts in the area. So if you look at that, you know, essentially the use, as I mentioned, a straight rezoning, we could use it for any of the specified uses in general commercial in your zoning ordinance. What we're doing is offering to restrict it to the uses proposed: the gasoline service station, the fast food restaurant, and the 24-hour operation. That's a condition, a restriction that we're imposing on the property, meaning that we can't do anything other than that on the property. If we do, we're in violation of our conditional rezoning agreement, and the city has the ability to basically, you know, enforce that and have the property rezoned back. Same thing about the development of the site. Essentially, we've submitted to you a plan that you have and that David went through, and that plan is all we can build. We're committing to building that plan. So if we did anything else, if we wanted to deviate and submit something else to the Planning Commission for a site plan, we're unable to do that. If we tried to do that, you could essentially, you know, void the conditional rezoning agreement and the property could be rezoned back. Similarly, if Sheets doesn't build within the required time period, the property can be rezoned back. So that's what a conditional rezoning does, is it gives the city those protections that what we say we're going to do, we have to do. Otherwise, we can't do the development. So there's no bait and switch like there could be under a general rezoning. So I just wanted to make that clear as to how a conditional rezoning works. In terms of the standards, as your planner mentioned, there are 4 standards in your ordinance that we have to comply with for a conditional rezoning. the first is that the development of the property is beneficial to the applicant, the city, and the public. And David has gone through a lot of those rationale. He's supplied the facts. The vibrant mixed use of a visible intersection, restoring a blighted site, fulfilling the needs of residents for gas, a meal, food, and other convenience items, including the south parking lot parcel and adding that green space, putting the historical plaza on the corner, and basically handling the drainage problems that occur on that site and affect the neighbors to the south. The second rezoning condition is essentially that the conditional rezoning will result in a development that's not detrimental to the neighbors. And we think with the screening, with the additional setbacks, in addition to the ordinance requirements, the number of trees we have, the amount of landscaping we have, the lighting that we're going to propose, essentially the four-sided finished building and such, that those are all mitigating impacts that make sure that our development is not detrimental to the neighboring properties. The other one I can mention is that we took the drive-through out, and all of our activity is fronted on 14 Mile and on Utica. It's not to the back, to the rear of the site. So that's how we believe we satisfy that condition. The third condition is that the development will enhance the area in a way that would not be achieved without a conditional rezoning. Well, we think the property will be redeveloped in the future as something else, not the existing bank building, as David mentioned. And essentially, other commercial uses could be there that have adverse effects, that don't provide these type of restrictions and benefits that we're proposing today in our conditions to the city. So therefore, any other development that's built in accordance with CBD could basically be built close to the property line and not provide the green space, the landscaping, and the open space that we're providing. And then, finally, the conditional rezoning will not result in anything that's not in the public interest when looking at its benefits. And we've been through the benefits before. David has mentioned those, and you see the summary of them here on the screen. The master plan, I know it was the planner's report, referenced the master plan and said, as a matter of, planning practice, you should look at the master plan as well. I want to highlight that that is not one of the conditional rezoning standards that is in your ordinance. That's something that would be gratuitous. But I also want to point out that even if you look at your master plan for this area, our project complies with certain objectives for this area. It provides what we deem to be a mixed-use project with different types of commercial uses. It's a high-quality building as satisfying that objective. There are flowers and plants incorporated into the streetscape with our historical plaza at the front corner. And functional green space is being provided in public areas, pocket parks, if you will, in the form of the picnic area that we're providing on the south end of the site. So those are just some examples of even though this is not a requirement under the ordinance, of how we believe we comply with certain master plan objectives. Now, the special land use standards, as the planner mentioned, for these three uses, there are standards that we have to comply with because it's a special land use, not a permitted land use. So I'm not going to go over everything in detail. These slides are basically a summary of what was in the planning report with the standard at the top in red, and then the chart, the list, the item at the left column, and then the description in the center column. Those were provided by the planners. I'm not going to go through those, but there are some that we would like to provide comments on. For example, if you look at this standard, our development needs to be in harmony with the orderly development of the surrounding neighborhood and applicable regulations from the commercial general zoning district. With respect to fast food restaurants, we believe that fast food restaurants are compatible with the current land uses in the area, compatible with the regulations under the commercial general district, which is what we'll be under, if this rezoning were to be approved. And then there are other restaurants, different types of restaurants that are permitted in the central business district. So for these reasons, we believe that we comply with this requirement. And similarly, for the gasoline self-service station, it's compatible with the regulations of the commercial general district, which is the district that would govern the development of our site. The second special land use standard deals with vehicular and pedestrian traffic no more hazardous than is normal for the district involved. And the planner put some comments there. We wanted to supplement that by saying, highlighting the driveways that are located far away from the intersection itself, the right-in, right-only drive on 14 Mile. And with respect to pedestrians, many of our sidewalks are provided in green space, not on the pavement, but in green space, where there has to be a crosswalk on a driveway. That is denoted with striping and with signage. The third standard deals with essentially having the use design as to the location, size, intensity, layout, periods of operation to eliminate possible nuisances. And as the planner highlighted in her report, we believe that we satisfy those requirements. With respect to 24-hour operations, she mentions that there may be impacts for 24-hour usage, but we believe that the screening that is referenced, the screening applies 24 hours. If it's 9 p.m., if it's 3 in the morning, if it's dark out, the screening applies to minimize adverse impacts on the neighbors. The distance with the setbacks, the front-loaded activity on the site, the lighting that will not spill over the property line, and the additional trees and landscaping. So we believe that these standards are met. With respect to the next standard, it's that the proposed location and height of the buildings, walls, fences, and landscapings don't interfere with or discourage the appropriate development of adjacent property. We believe that we meet this requirement because we believe that our project will be a catalyst for additional development and investment in your central business district. We don't think the project will discourage development, but since you have this new fresh use there, replacing a blighted property that's not used at all, essentially we think that will happen. And most of the CBD land is across the street, across 14 Mile and across Utica. So that's what we hope to be, and that's what I know you would want our development to be, is a catalyst for future development in that area. And then with respect to this standard, essentially, it's got to be harmonious with the shopping habits, convenience of prospective patrons and such in the area. And we think that we meet this standard because our development will service the needs of residents in the area, employees of businesses in the area, and provide this combination of commercial uses that's not currently available anywhere in this area. F, the proposed use is necessary for the public convenience of the proposed location. I think while the planner notes a lot of good comments, I just want to highlight a couple of those. There are a lot of people who are not on a 9-to-5 schedule. A lot of, medical workers, first responders, the police, as David mentioned, third shift workers and such, that don't keep the same schedules that most of us keep. And, they have a right to these type of amenities as well. And so we're trying to provide that. And I will finally note that there's a speedway across the street that is also open 24 hours, but doesn't provide, nearly the amenities that Sheetz is offering to your community. And then with respect to G, we agree with the planner's comments, believe that we meet that standard, that we have a development that meets the public health, safety, and welfare and protects it. And then with regard to this standard, it doesn't cause injury to the value of other property in the neighborhood which it is to be located and is not detrimental. The one comment that's in the planning report that I want to highlight is essentially at the bottom there, the last 2 lines, that says that we do not find that competition with similar neighboring businesses qualifies as substantial injury to adjacent property values. And what that means is competition is not part of your ordinance standards. That's not something that we believe should properly be considered, and we agree with the planner's comments to that. So those were the special land use requirements. The variances, which I think will go quicker, which everybody wants to hear, are also something that City Council has to approve as part of this process. The planner went through the 4 of these, and they are in your packet. Just want to note a couple of things. The 24-hour business is adjacent to residential uses, which is why we need it. The parking reduction is 13 spaces. The wall signage for the 2 signs on our entrance feature, if you total those up, the square footage of those 2 signs is less than the amount that 1 sign would be permitted under your ordinance. So we're not trying to take advantage of the ordinance. And then with regard to the front loading space, as you've seen on the site plan, the tanks for the fuel are out front by where the pumps are, which happens in almost every gas station. So that's where the loading occurs for the fuel. So that's in the front yard. And then also at nighttime, we do some loading under the canopy. And the reason we do that is because we want to keep the activity as far away from the residential uses to the south as possible. During the daytime, there's a side yard loading area too that's used, but that's not going to be used at night. So if you look at these standards, there are only 4 standards for the variance approval. That there have to be, the first is there have to be exceptional circumstances or conditions that apply to the property that don't apply generally to other properties. And I'm only going to focus on 24-hour businesses here. We believe that this is a large, vacant, dimly lit site which can facilitate crime, loitering, and other, unseemly behavior. What we do with our 24-hour operation is we promote safety with our staffing, with securing the property at night, with employees, and also monitored security cameras. So for these reasons, we do think that there are some unique features to this site. With regard to the other 3 variances, we agree with the planner that those standards have been met. The second criteria for the variance approval standards is that the variance is necessary for the enjoyment of a substantial property right possessed by other properties in the same vicinity. With respect to those 4 standards, the planning report finds that that is met, and we agree with that conclusion. The third standard is that authorizing the variance will not cause substantial detriment to adjacent property or impair the purpose of this chapter or the public interest. So with respect to 24-hour businesses, we think if you look at the factors that go into our site design, the vehicles utilize the front of the site for fueling and the store at night away from the adjacent homes. Customer traffic is much lower at night. We've removed the drive-through, and the trees, the setbacks, the site orientation and such alleviate adverse impacts on the neighbors. And looking at those, one thing you'll notice, it's been mentioned that we provide more landscaping and greater setbacks and such than the ordinance requires. That's spelled out in Exhibit C to the conditional rezoning agreement. The specifics are in there. Like, for example, the south property line, 20 feet is required. We provide 28. Drive aisles supposed to be a 24-foot width. We provide 30 feet. So and the side and rear setbacks are substantially increased as well. So those specifics can be found in Exhibit C to the rezoning agreement. And then finally, the 4th standard for a variance is that these conditions essentially for which the variance is sought are not so general or reoccurrent to become a general rule or condition for the situation. And we think this is accurate, that we meet this requirement for the following reasons. For the 24-hour business, they're limited to, what this standard does is it's limited to a 24-hour business in the city where there are few of those businesses and which are located at a corner and provide a mixture of uses like the proposed project. We don't think that there are a lot of properties and a lot of uses in the city that meet these qualifications, so we don't think it'll be a general rule. The parking reduction, we agree with the planning comment that this standard is met. With regard to the wall signage, as I mentioned, this is a large corner site with the buildings setbacks substantially from the roads, which distinguishes this site from many other corner sites in the commercial general district. And then with respect to the front loading spaces, you know, the comment focuses on self-service gas stations, but I think you need to look at all the sites it could focus on. You know, the front loading spaces here apply only to a self-service gasoline station. If you didn't have a gas station, then this wouldn't apply. So we don't think it creates a general rule. And so for those reasons, you know, we think we meet the variance criteria, the special land use criteria, the conditional rezoning criteria, and would obviously ask to move forward on this basis. And then I just wanted to turn the mic over to David to kind of summarize a few points, please.
Thank you, John. A couple other things I wanted to mention. Staff went over some of the concerns at Planning Commission. I'd like to address a few of those. And one of the first ones that came up from the Planning Commission was, you know, the impact on local businesses that are in the area. You know, specifically some of the other fuel operators that are on this corner. We operate 760 locations, and not a single one of those locations is immune to competition. I think what that shows is that in the marketplace, there is a lot of demand for this type of use, because you can go to a lot of corners all around the country and there is constantly competition and they are all thriving. I think what we tend to see when we do make investments in sites where there's other competition around, we do see improvements in other properties. They want to keep their customers too, and so they tend to make financial improvements into their property. It makes the city look better. It makes everyone else want to make their site look better. It creates good upward positive pressure for the rest of the community, and not just this corner in particular. You know, we tend to see a lot more reinvestment, and so we very rarely see another operator shut down. Occasionally there's someone that has been in operation for a long time and the building is completely defunct and it's not able to be reutilized, and sometimes we see an occasional one. But really, on the whole, these operators are doing very well when we move in, and sometimes they even increase their sales. So, you know, that's what we'd like to say about a detriment to the existing businesses. There was a concern about the public picnic area and the dry pond. You know, this public picnic area, we've got a few others that operate around, you know, our company, and they tend to be utilized, especially by passing by walking traffic. Someone comes in and they want to walk to our store and come to our restaurant and grab a bite to eat and sit down and enjoy a nice lunch on a nice day or something like that. We tend to see good utilization. And really that pond area functionality, it is a dry pond. It is not designed to detain water for a long time. And so what that means is the pond will fill up when there is a storm event and will slowly release the water over time, and then it will be dry again. So it's not like it's going to be sitting there capturing a lot of water that just sits. So I wanted to make sure we made that clarification. John did allude to the sign. One of the reasons we feel that we'd like to have two signs is because we have two right-of-way frontages on two main roads, and it would make a lot of sense to have a sign, you know, for our business on each side. We are going to put in signs that are under the square footage requirement, as John alluded to. So we're just asking, instead of having one large sign, we would like to do two smaller signs. We thought that was something reasonable to ask. And then I think John did a good job. One of the other, you know, issues at Plan Commission, one of the things that was brought up is that we don't meet the master plan. I think John did a great job laying out some of the conditions in which we really do satisfy the master plan. So I just wanted to address a few of those. And finally, I know we've been going through a lot of information here tonight. I would like to make a summary of what we're really requesting one more time. We really are requesting just a conditional rezoning agreement to be approved. We would then have to go through city staff and planning commission to get our final site plan approval. A lot of these conditions, what does it mean, and what does the site layout mean? There's all this information out here. What it means is that Sheets is really interested in being a good community partner and developing a site in a way that's cohesive with everyone around us. additional trees, good green space, making a corner look really nice for the city of Fraser. And that's what we wanted to reiterate, is that we want to be a good community partner, and that's what we're here to communicate tonight. We're happy to take any of your questions on that application.
Thank you. Thank you both for the detailed presentation. And so you're all set for now? And then, so open it up to questions and answers by council. I'm going to go around robin. We don't have lights tonight, so I'll just go to each one. Mr. Perry, would you like to start with any comments or questions or anything?
No questions. No, I have no questions at this time.
Okay, we can come back to that if you have any. Ms. Shornack, do you have any questions?
I do not. I have looked over everything thoroughly.
All right. Mr. Odell, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do have some questions.
Please go ahead.
On the slide there, you said 30 to 35 jobs typically at a Sheetz location. How many of those would you say are typically full-time jobs with benefits?
We would like for all of them to be full-time positions. We can't always in the marketplace get enough employees that want to be full-time. So that's one of the struggles in operations today and in the business world today, is sometimes we struggle to fill 30 to 35 full-time positions. Sometimes we have college students or, someone that just needs a part-time job. And so they don't necessarily want to go full-time. We would love to have them full-time. We love to have fully staffed stores and prefer to have them all on benefits.
And you said the cost of this location will be somewhere in the neighborhood of $8 million, correct?
It's going to be well over $8 million. Yeah.
The space reduction for the parking spots, was that made in consideration to have more green space for the neighbors behind you? Or, because you obviously have the room that you can do more spots, but what was the reason behind that?
Absolutely. You kind of hit the nail on the head. We wanted to preserve some more green space. Again, we have a large site, but we wanted to make sure that we didn't overdo it on our parking and reduce green space. The other point here is that Sheetz has done a lot of investigating to how much parking we really need. We don't want to overinvest in our sites. We don't want to put too much pavement out there and just have extra parking spaces that never get used. So we know that we need 42 parks outside of our fueling area. So I think your ordinance may or may not include some of that. But really, when we look at the parking that we've proposed here, Sheetz is very comfortable that we're going to satisfy the needs of the customers and the business with the parking that we've proposed. And that has allowed us to increase the buffering and green space.
Okay. And then my last question regarding the traffic situation. Mm-hmm. So can you explain to me why on 14 Mile you have the right in, right out versus Utica? Because it seems to me, I drive Utica every day. I hit rush hour to get my kids to football practice. It's harder to take a left turn out on Utica going north than it is most likely on 14 Mile. So what was the thinking behind that?
Absolutely. This really has to do with a dimensional requirement. On 14 Mile, our cut and our property line is not quite as large of a frontage. On Utica, we can take our access point and bump it back further away from the light to allow for an easier left out of our site. And that's something that was studied specifically. The safety of this design was studied in the traffic study. And because we're able to move the access point back further south on Utica, that was increasing the safety and the ease of taking a left out. I actually have stopped out to the site a couple of times. They're on 14 Mile. In fact, tonight I stopped out around 4:45, and I tried to take a left out on 14 Mile, and I was not able to. That left turn going north on Utica was backed up pretty significantly. So it's a little bit different during the times of day, but looking at the safety of the intersection and reducing the number of cuts into the commercial property and bringing that cut on Utica South increases safety and frankly, convenience of that access point.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Odell. Ms. Stein, do you have any, or Councilmember Stein?
Yes, I do have one question left after. A lot of the problems with the noise, right? Mm-hmm. When you guys have delivery of gas and delivery of stuff from the store, do you have a time restriction when that will not be happening? I don't think somebody wants gas delivered at 3 a.m. and hear a big gas truck. I mean, I wouldn't want it as a neighbor.
Sure. So a couple of things about that. We are a 24-hour operation. I cannot guarantee you that a delivery will not come sometime overnight. And I think that's why we've really taken the care to design the site the way we have, is to put the gas loading zone, away from the residents, to put the loading zone for the food away from the residents. And another thing I'd really like to know, and this is something that makes Sheetz pretty unique, all of our food and fuel delivery trucks are Sheetz employees and Sheetz operated vehicles. When they go near residences, they really do take care not to be in reverse and, not to make excessive noise, revving up the engine or something like that. They really do care because there are people, and that's something that's within our culture to care for our community. And again, we've even taken those steps to design our site that way to move the loading zones further away.
All right. Councilmember Baranski.
Yep. I'm not sure if my question is best directed to you or the planner or the attorney. You talked a lot about the landscaping and the additional green space that you added. Is it in the agreement in terms of maintenance of that when it dies? What happens if the trees die or the green space? What is the, I'm not liking the looks. Oh, I'm sorry. What is the agreement for the landscaping? Sorry, yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Could council move, I got a text from Ed Horn. Could you move your microphone a little closer so people can hear you? I know we are. Sorry about that.
There we go. Sorry. Okay. I'll re-ask my question.
That's perfect.
Okay, thank you. The plan has a lot of green space, and I, for one, appreciate the additional green space that you did. My question is, what is the requirements, not the expectations and not the promises, but what is the written requirements if the green space dies? Is that written within that it must be maintained, that it must have 39 trees or 27 flowers? Or does that make sense, what I'm asking?
Yes, if I may address that. So the first thing I'd like to point out, we irrigate all of our sites, and that does also include the trees and shrubs as they're establishing. So that helps make sure that we are able to get the maturity out of our trees. That's something that we really care about, how our sites look. That's the first thing. Typically, ordinances have a requirement to replace dead and blighted landscaping. I don't know if I can speak to that. I would be willing to offer that as a condition that we will maintain the landscaping per the plan. I have no issue with that, and that may be covered in the ordinance already. So should something be not doing well on the site, not establishing well, we would be willing to replace that and keep that in the spirit of the plan that we've had approved.
Okay. I just know that we have another complex that had maintained 39 trees, and then they didn't, and years later. So to me, if I'm looking at that and I'm voting on that, in 10 years, I want to see that. I don't want to see no flowers in the front. And I get you're a family business, I get that. But in 10 years, it might not be you. It might be someone else. And so I want to know if I'm voting for that, that's what I'm getting. Does that make sense?
I would be willing to commit to that as an additional concession under the 13 items. I would also be willing to write a bond to the city for something like 2 years to ensure the trees establish in a mature way for the landscaping. We could get an estimate together from the engineer of the cost of the landscaping, and we could write a bond to the city for maintenance and ensure that the trees establish and the bushes are all established up to something like 2 years. I would be willing to make that agreement.
My second question is, so I had the opportunity to go to the Romulus location last week, very covertly. Coincidentally ran into another Fraser resident doing the same thing, which was kind of ironic. That's obviously a different site, bigger. It's got, I think, the diesel fueling on the side. But is that, and I'm sure a lot of people have gone and looked. I've never been to another one, so that was my first experience. Is that the feel in the scope of the building itself, what we would expect here? Is ours going to be smaller, bigger? Does that make sense?
Sure. So just to be clear, this site will not have any kind of high-flow truck diesel. So I think you alluded to that a little bit. This site will not have any component like that. The feel of the site, the premium look of the building, the brick pavers around the building that give it that really good look will be the same. That is essentially precisely what we've proposed here. There is a small difference. Our sites that do have high-flow diesel have slightly larger restrooms. So the building is
really
literally
nice.
like an extra 200 square feet. That would not be included here. So we would just have a 6139. We have a few hundred extra square feet to just account for that. The rest of the look, all of the floor tile, the interior architecture, the exterior architecture will be almost exactly the same.
So it would have restrooms, just smaller?
Yes, just a little bit smaller.
Okay. That's the only questions I have at this point.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland.
So I don't know who would be best suited to answer my questions, so I guess I'm just gonna shout them out. And some of them might seem a little bit rhetorical in nature, but I just want to make sure that the other potential outcomes here are crystal clear. So theoretically, could another business come in and build on this site if this were not approved, meaning that the developer could authorize another business to come in, assuming that site plans don't require variances? So I think you had mentioned, a hotel could maybe come in, something like a strip mall, that those are potential options without requiring a vote of potentially the planning commission, assuming that all variances and plans are within what is currently allowed. That would not potentially be voted down because there would be no variances.
Mm-hmm. No, I think I understand what you're saying. So if Sheets doesn't build what, say we agree to this today and it's approved, if Sheets doesn't build this, can the developer turn around and sell the property to somebody else? And what would that require for an approval, or what could the next property owner do?
Right.
Essentially, with the conditional rezoning, if this is approved, we can only do what the conditions specify. So this can only be used for a self-service gas station, fast food restaurant, and a 24-hour operation. Can't be used for a hotel or motel, can't be used for a car wash, can't be used for any of those other uses.
That's if Sheets is approved. My question is, if Sheets were to not be approved.
Okay.
So maybe,
sure.
Mr. Denal, if that's a question for you or Lauren, I'm not sure, what else could go there? Could a hotel go there? Could a strip mall go there? What could go there if Sheets is not approved?
So in front of you, I have compiled a list of permitted uses in the community business district and special land uses. So those are what could be, the permitted uses are what could go in without any special land use requirement from the planning commission, and the special land uses are what would require planning commissions.
Okay, so it could be a department store, it could be a supermarket, so it could be something like Shots, could potentially go in there. Eating and drinking, so it could be a restaurant, a theater, an assembly hall, let's see, temporary buildings. I mean, there's a lot of other things that could go there if it's not a Sheets, where we potentially, when I say we, I'm using the royal we would not really have much of a say in what goes there. Just want to,
Right.
that's,
Yeah,
well,
well,
I did. Sorry, I did. Go ahead, Lauren.
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
So could those things
could go in.
go there without requiring special permission by the planning commission and/or council?
Yes, it would have to, the site plan would have to meet the zoning requirements for the community business district.
So it could be another supermarket?
It could be.
Okay. Could it be a strip mall?
It could be.
If it was a strip mall, are there any restrictions on what could go in there?
Not pawnbrokers or tattoo shops.
Okay, but it could,
Tattoo shops.
so no pawnbrokers but it could be a vape shop? It could be a nail salon?
It could.
It could be a Coney Island?
Correct.
Okay. And then as far as if it were a strip mall, potentially that could also remain empty, right?
Correct.
Similar to strip malls currently at 13 in Groesbeck, 14 in Garfield, 2 at 15 in Garfield, 1 at Utica and Groesbeck. Those are potential outcomes as well.
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got a couple questions. Lighting plan, as has been noted, the lighting plan has not been, compliant plan has not been submitted and approved or acknowledged. How do you plan on handling that, and what time frame would we expect an answer, a specific compliant plan?
Sure. So it's very common to not have every single plan at this stage of the game. However, we are committing to submitting a compliant lighting plan, and that would happen, if, should the council approve us tonight, we would move forward with that lighting plan. And it would take a matter of weeks to get said lighting plan.
Okay, because I noted on the existing lighting plan, there were some concerns about property line foot candle, so that the light stops. And at the, when I came to your meet and greet, or whatever your presentation, you had a drawing or a illustration of a site, but you were all, that did not have your new type of lighting. And so I understood from the man that was there, he's from the lighting company. He said that you have a new type of lighting that is more directional. I don't remember the exact terms. But the main thing was, the illustration he had there was not that, and it was much brighter than allegedly what we're going to see. And under the canopy, we are at 45-foot candles at the present, with the present plan, where 5 is allowed. So you're committing to complying with the ordinance as stated.
Yes.
Okay.
We are committing to complying with the ordinance.
And then there were some other areas along the property lines where it's half-foot candle, and there were some areas that were exceeding that.
We'll make those adjustments. Those are some of the finer details that come in the planning process, and that's something that we would work with staff on to fine-tune. It's certainly something we can comply with.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm one that likes to comply or have these things I's dotted and T's crossed before they get to us, and that was what I was hoping for. But if you're willing to make that commitment tonight, on the record, I think that is a step in the right direction.
Sure, we can make that commitment. And routinely, lighting plans aren't finalized until very late in the planning and almost into the engineering process when staff does their final reviews. So thank you. Yeah.
Okay. To the planner, there was a question that if this is approved, it will then go back to Planning Commission for site plan approval. I think you said that, but I thought you said the site plan. This is the site plan, essentially.
It would not go back to Planning Commission. This would be the plan.
So this is the plan, other than minor tweaks and per the agreement, that if there were that were not substantially impacting the entire site, we would essentially have to agree to them, which is normal in a lot of situations.
Their development would have to comply with the submitted conditional rezoning agreement, their conditional rezoning plans.
Okay.
Except for, as you noted, minor deviations.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we understood that.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor, I do want to add a supplemental.
Please.
To her answer. We did build into the agreement that it will go to Planning Commission, not for it to exercise discretion, but to make sure that they're complying with what they've promised.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that, because I just wanted to make sure that what he said and what you said are essentially two parts of the same thing. In terms of the pond and park, I think it's 3,000 square feet is the
minimum,
but
yes.
Most of that is the detention pond and the dry pond, or as you refer to it. So that's really not a usable area.
So it would be a 3,000 square foot, just a dedicated picnic area with benches, and it would have some trash receptacles out there for people to come and sit. The larger portion of the area is much larger than 3,000 square feet. I would have to get some numbers together for that.
Okay.
But it's a pretty significantly sized area. Let us pull this up real quick so we can take a look at it.
There was a
there we go.
You want
Yeah, that
landscape plan?
and actually go to the renderings. That works too. Yeah. So you can see here on the southeast portion of this site, this is the roughly 3,000 square foot, a minimum 3,000 square foot picnic area we've proposed. You can see we've got some tables conceptualized in here, a trash receptacle, and connections to pedestrian access, both on Utica and also internal to our site.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Is there any reason you put it so close to Utica Road as opposed to away from traffic?
really a matter of convenience.
Okay.
I think with the way the agreement is written, we could certainly work with staff to maybe make a couple of little changes to that. We could add some buffering or maybe slightly tweak the location. But it really made sense from an accessibility standpoint to keep it out towards the sidewalk so people could more easily get to that, as they're walking along Utica Road.
Yes. And speaking to accessibility, everything is barrier-free that I noticed.
That is correct. Our entire site is barrier-free. When you walk from really any parking spot around our building, you can freely walk. There's not like there's not a raised curb. It's all flat. So anybody can, access barrier-free from any parking spot around our building. We also plan out some additional ADA pathways where people can have accessibility. You can see those on the plan here. We have ADA accessibility pathways out and around the site as well. They're very, very accessible, yes.
Okay. 2 more questions. I noticed that there's a new development, new gas station going into 14 Mile and Hayes, and their stormwater detention is underground as opposed to above ground like you have. Was there a reason that you did this? Is it the location? Is it the underground utilities, or what?
Sure. So it's economically much more feasible to do a pond. It's better for maintenance. We can maintain it much more efficiently. They tend to perform really well from a stormwater standpoint, and it helps balance our site and do some other good things like that so that we're being very economic. And it meets all of the county standards and things of that nature. So this is a really common stormwater feature.
Okay. But you did do the underground storm detention in Chesterfield?
We do that where we do not have room for a pond generally, yes.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And the last thing is, how many other locations are you building adjacent to residential areas in Michigan or other states? Primarily Michigan, since we're here, but.
There is, I would have to go back through a number. I can think of 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5.
Okay.
I've designed several sites down in the Columbus, Ohio area. In fact, I went to one during what we call Week of Thanks. Our corporate employees go out and we work at the stores for a few hours once a year, and it really just gives us an idea of the operation and to say thank you to our operation people and help them out. I went to a store I actually was involved in designing. It was in Heath, Ohio, and that site has a single-family residence right next to it and several more past. We really did an incredible job. We put up a fence, and we did some extra landscaping requirements. I actually took some pictures. I don't have them loaded onto my computer here. I'd be happy to show them to you after the meeting. We really did a great job of minimizing any kind of impacts a commercial site would have to residents. And then 2 hours later, I was at another site in Newark, Ohio. It was a very similar situation where we had single-family residences right next to our building. In fact, they were even significantly closer to our fuel pump than this plan would allow. And what we did there was we left a lot of dense vegetation that existed already. So we used the tools we had on the site, and we maintained a lot of that. So we're very good and very experienced at developing near all kinds of properties, up to and including residential.
Okay. I do have one more question for Mr. Gaber. I think that would be the best. There is a conveyance of property that is on the other side of the wall, essentially, for several residents on Rosemary. That would be at no cost to the residents, other than they would add to their property and they would pay future property taxes. But
exactly, that would be cost-free. So we, meaning the property owner, would essentially convey that property to the adjacent landowners, because they don't own it now, they utilize it now, they encroach on it, if you will, but they don't have an ownership interest. So it would be adding that to their existing property so that they, own in fee simple title what they believe they own. And you're right, that would not be at a cost to them.
okay, I just wanted to clarify that too.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr.
Just to add, we did have that discussion as well. There would be incidental costs. I don't want to mislead anybody with that answer to believe that there would be no cost at all. They're not going to charge anybody for deeding the property to them. But there are incidental costs that may come with having to accept that deed of property. In particular, they may be required to do a land combination, because leaving it freestanding and isolated without access makes it it doesn't have ingress or egress, makes it a landlocked parcel. So they would have a landlocked parcel behind their actual house parcel. there would probably be some logistics we'd have to work through with assessing to figure out what the process for them would be once they accept that conveyance.
Would that be an expensive process, or is it a process the City of Fraser executes?
It's up to the city.
Yeah, in theory, it's a process that the City of Fraser executes when the resident then comes to the city to say, I'm about to close on this transaction, I'm accepting this property as being deeded to me. In order to close on it, though, I need to combine it, because I don't know that assessing will allow it otherwise, a freestanding piece of land with no access point. So at that point, there's probably a land combination fee. I can't speak to the logistics, I'm not assessing, sorry.
Okay.
But I think there would be some cost associated with that process. Nothing dramatic, but I think there is a cost.
Dramatic is a relative term to lawyers and the public, so what?
Very fair, very fair. I don't think thousands of dollars, but could it exceed $100? I imagine it could.
Okay, okay.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
We would be willing to cover those
Okay,
reasonable
I was
costs.
going to
We
actually
would be
figure
very
out how
willing
to
do
ask
that.
you.
And I think that's somewhat contemplated, but we could make a modification.
And I was thinking, and I do want to point out that sometimes people ask this, okay, can we have the room? I would like to point out, it's very specific in your agreement that all attorney fees related to this incurred by the city are reimbursed. So I want, because that's always the question, who's paying for this? And so in this case, it's very clear. And so that, I was thinking that could possibly fall under a similar. So out of pocket, the resident should not experience anything other than, I don't know what, but you're going to cover the cost to do that.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's my last question. I think we could take a break here before we start the public hearing so everybody's fresh. And so why don't we take this and be back at...
May I ask one quick question on that item right there? Ted Stonebreaker?
Okay, hold on. No, we're not doing that right now.
Just a quick question on that specific item. With granting the land over, because isn't it a commercial piece of property that you're giving to the residents?
That will be handled by the attorneys, and I think that would be something you can bring up and have right in the public hearing, so that we can, if we need to, we can address those kind of questions once they come up. Yeah, no problem. And so we're going to take a break, and we'll be back at 7:45. Thank you. All right, thank you. You good so far? Okay.
Other than she had four of us at this table, and look at those two over there, like,
Well, honestly,
I was like, what the heck?
My day ended asking these questions, and then I had to come. Right now, we have.
all right, folks, if we can take a seat and get back to work. Sorry.
Do you have enough space?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Amy keeps hitting me.
All right. So,
I'm like in the middle with no arm, and I'm trying to, I'm joking. No, I know what I mean. That's why I was sitting way back. No, and I couldn't hear you. Now I need to.
It's all good? You're not in the hot seat. It's us. I mean pressure.
okay, let's
Pressure's
get
not
moving
getting
here.
you guys. Yeah. We get a night off.
All right, are we about ready? All right, thank you, everyone. Now we will start the public hearing momentarily. I would just like to make a few comments. Tonight, we heard a request for a conditional rezoning from Sheets. Now it is your turn to weigh in on this. The purpose of a public hearing is to hear from you, the public, on the matter before the council. It is your opportunity to address your public body and share your concerns before we make a decision or support. Due to the number of potential speakers from the public, we will be setting a time limit for individuals to speak on the topic. It will be at least 5 minutes, or it will be 5 minutes, I'm sorry. We will have 2 rounds of speaking, potentially. First round would be 3 minutes, and you will get an opportunity to speak for 3 minutes. And then after everyone has had an opportunity to speak, if you have something else to say, you'll be able to come up and speak for 2 more minutes for a total of 5 minutes. Let's see. Please do your best to focus on the ordinance standards and the special land use requirements, the things you've heard tonight, because our planner was very clear, our attorney is very clear, and the Sheets applicants were very clear as well. The more information we have, the more informed decision we will make. The clerk has a digital timer that will count down the speaker's time, so there should be no concern about time management. The clerk will, what will happen is if you wish to speak, you can line up behind the podium. As I said, this is not an airport, or we're not getting off a plane, so there's no need for everyone to stand all at once. Lastly, please be respectful to the speakers, staff, council, and other people in attendance. I'm hearing reports that people online can't hear because they're talking in the back. Please be mindful of that we want everyone to hear what's happening tonight. There are many people in attendance, so we will take however long it takes to get this done. And if we're all civil to each other without yelling from the audience, without clapping, disruptive reactions, the process will be far more efficient, everyone will be heard, and we'll get through this very quickly. Outbursts will only slow us down. And let's get going. I would like to, any other comments from council beforehand? Oh, yes. I forgot the court reporter. The court reporter is taking a transcript of this tonight. She needs to be able to hear the speaker and the speaker's name. So please, again, it's important that when they're speaking, we are listening. So with that, anything else, court reporter, are you all set?
Yeah, can I just put another, is this going to be a long session? About how long do you think it's going to be? You don't know, right? I don't have enough paper, and I might have to stop you to reload my paper.
Please, you have, just let me know, say, Mr. Mayor, please stop, I have to reload the paper.
Okay, thank you.
You will have that, no problem.
Mr. Mayor, could we also ask individuals speaking to spell their names? Court reporters love spellings, so they don't have to ask later.
Look at the reporters are happy too.
Yes, we do like that.
All reporters, or otherwise.
So with that, I will now open the public hearing at 7:51 PM. And first speaker, please come up to the podium, state your name, and let's go.
Has the timer started already? Do I have to lose time to say my name? My name is Paul Salufo, 31640 Cyril Avenue. The spelling on the last name is Cilluffo. First name is common. We heard tonight from Sheets. I was in attendance at attending the planning meeting. I did go to it. I have 6 pages of people that signed. There wasn't one person that spoke that was in favor of it. I also attended the sell-a-thon, I like to call it. The Sheets put on the free coffee and mug, the hard sell, so to speak, at the Lions Hall. And at that time, I took note of everybody that left. I commented on how they felt about it, and I got a list of that as well. There wasn't one person other than an off-duty officer and a council member by the name of Gus Miller that he thought that it was a good thing. I also have a list of the information that was sent out in the way of notices to the residents in that area, 420. There's 14 pages. It took me a very long time. I put all those names, or most of them that I could get, to a phone number to contact them, and that came out to about 80% no. So I think this is pretty interesting how we're going here. Again, I'd like to say that we heard tonight from Sheets, they believe. We believe, they believe, we believe. I counted that too, but that's irrelevant. I couldn't believe how many times we heard we believe. Because I'll tell you what we believe. We believe once something like this is okayed and it goes forward, we have almost no teeth to hold them to anything, to do it right. So I believe that, you see there, I believe that this should be a no. Our planning commission, these are professional people. They've lived in this community. They put hearts and work and soul into this. And the thing is, these people get paid almost peanuts to do it. They do it because they love it and they love our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Lori Cusmier. That's Kusmierz. I'm at 32602 Stony Brook Lane. First, I want to thank the mayor and the council for making the meeting public and for advertising it. I'd like to start by stating that as taxpayers, I feel very strongly that our voices should be heard and be heeded. The number of citizens in attendance here tonight speaks volumes. If Sheets builds, it will definitely impact not only the 2 gas stations, but also Lisa's Lunchbox, Sammy's Shawarma, Shots, the 7-Eleven, and many others. Is this what we want? To harm the businesses that are already established and fighting to succeed? Also, when the 2 gas stations do go out of business, as they most likely will, what will go in these 2 spots? Another gas station? Not likely. It will be an immense cost to clean those lots for future establishments. At whose expense? And then you have 2 new decaying areas in our fine city. Is this how we want to thank the businesses that for years of services and tax revenue that have been paid to our city? I hope not. As mentioned in the past, many other cities in Michigan and other states, Madison Heights, Michigan, Rochester, and Waterford have vetoed Sheets. There must be a reason why. Lastly, there are other locations that are more preferable for this establishment. Groesbeck has many open lots available. The increase of traffic to 14 in Utica would be definitely undesirable and even dangerous. Thank you for hearing our concerns. I hope our voices are heard.
Thank you very much. Please keep the applause to a minimum.
Nobody defined the difference between a meeting and a hearing.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Doris August, like the month of August, and I am a part-time employee at St. John Lutheran Church and School, which is across the street from where Sheets would be located, directly across from the library. There are 2 churches right there on that same block that use 14 Mile in Utica every day. There are 260 students at St. John across on the north side from age 2.5 through 8th grade. They do not use city buses, so all of the parents bring them in cars. We have Vacation Bible School in the summer. There are 200 children from the neighborhood and 100 teachers and helpers who come into the driveways across from where this would be built. We're worried about the traffic there and the safety of the children, the safety of the elderly who come to church there. 2 churches right there. The one church is adjacent to the land they're building with one house in the middle there. Sporting events. We have other schools that come and have sporting events after school, so there's always traffic coming in and out, turning left, turning right. We have a high school bus that takes high school students to a high school, it's called Northwest Lutheran, and the bus comes in the parking lot in the morning and picks the students up to go to this because it's kind of far, and the bus brings them back afterwards, and then all of the students drive out of the parking lot. So that's our concern. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Chris? Oh, yeah. Thank you, Chris. Can't hear you.
Hello. My name is Lorraine Fradle. That's Fradle. I'm a homeowner, been here for 20 years, and I love this little town. The lady that just came up spoke about the churches and the school, about the church and the school. My concern was also the traffic that you have estimated is a lot of that is the children with the parents going to and from school. We have a funeral home quite close, and there's all kinds of processions and stuff going on with that. We have established restaurants. You mentioned the 2 gas stations. One is open 24 hours with drinks and food. And the mobile gas station is the one that I go to because they come out to pump my gas. Will you do that? Don't hear it. Okay. Someone has to come out and pump my gas. Just yesterday, there was an accident on 14 Mile Road in Utica. We have a carnival in July. People are walking, crossing the streets, all children, lots of kids, and elderly. I had to write all this down. I can't remember what I wanted to say. I'm not against progress, but I don't think this is something that's going to enhance our community. It all sounds good, but I just think this is not the right place. It's not the right place to be built. Amen.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Ken Stonebreaker, Stonebreaker. The idea of a gas station food spot is the worst thing I can see happening for this corner in the very center of the city. I've been a resident of Fraser for 57 years. I am part of a 4th generation in my family to stay in Fraser. For those of you who aren't aware, I'd like to give a little history on the 4 corners of Utica Road and 14 Mile Road where Sheets is preparing to go. It is the last clean corner of 4 corners. The southeast corner where Showdown Motors is located was a gas station. It was owned by my godfather, Elder Steffens. He purchased it from my great uncle, Walter Steffens. The other 2 corners are now occupied by gas stations. Do we need a 3rd gas station here? Why should the citizens of Fraser accept the possibility of contamination of the last clean site on Fraser at that corner? When you have a gas station on a site, you can create a brownfield. Take the site on Masonic and Utica Road. It took almost 30 years for the closing of after the closing of the gas station there to be able to build the Ramshorn. If you want an example of an existing site, even being able to sell, you don't have to go further than 12 Mile and Utica Road, where the Speedway gas station was taken down almost 15 years ago. It is still a vacant piece of land. Sheetz will not own the site, they are leasing it. What guarantees do we have that if or when there is a problem, it will be taken care of? If they do leave, who will be responsible for cleaning up a brownfield possibly? What would be the owners of the LLC? Would that be the owners of the LLC, or would that be the taxpayers? Since it is an LLC, can they default and leave the City of Fraser with the cleanup bill? I'm sure that question's for the city attorney. In closing, I believe the city council would be making one of the biggest mistakes to date by approving this project and effectively shooting an arrow into the heart of the city. You have a chance to be famous for saving the city, or fame of Fraser, the City of Fraser, or infamous for being the council that kills the city. The decision is yours. God bless you and all of Fraser.
Good evening. Janet Calabrese, 17926 Breezeway, Calabrese. I am a 25-year resident of Fraser, and I love this city. But that 14-mile road in Utica location is really, really terrible to put that Sheetz gas station in. Putting another gas station on that corner would be disruptive to the surrounding residential areas and businesses. It will diminish surrounding residential homes' property values, and it will be detrimental to the environment in the city. The Macomb County Ethics Board states that all Macomb County public servants, elected officials, appointed officials, employees are expected to model and maintain high standards of ethical conduct at all times. One of the things I have a problem with is the developer offering $50,000 to the city for you guys to pass this. There was an article in the newspaper, and the gentleman adhered and mentioned it this evening again. That, to me, is a bribe, or an inducement if you prefer to use the word. But if you vote in favor of this, the Black's Law Dictionary, second edition, specifically defines bribe as receiving or offering any undue reward by or to any person whose ordinary profession or business relates to the administration of public justice in order to influence behavior and to incline them to act contrary to their duty in the known rules of honesty and integrity. There is no honesty and integrity when you offer $50,000 if you guys will vote for this. I hope you all do the honest and ethical thing and the right thing for our city and its residents and vote no on this variance. Thank you.
My name is Vince Calabrese, and I'm approved to speak after that lady, not before. Calabrese. I'm not in favor of this. I have no issue with Sheetz. I've done some research on them. They're a sound, they got a good program. They know what they're doing. They got a great gig going, but it's a great gig, but it's the wrong location. We have pedestrian traffic. There's sidewalks that people walk on both sides of Utica Road. Not just kids, seniors, of which I am one, anybody that can meander. A lot of people from the senior activities or the senior home down the block try to struggle down there and get their walks in, and now they're going to be dodging more traffic. The last thing is that any town needs in America is another gas station. I mean, there's already 2 or 3. We need to be loyal to the people that we have in town that have been here through the thin times and the thick times, and we need to stay, not that we shouldn't be exposed to everything that the planet and the world offers us, but we need to stay in touch with the people that stay in touch with us and look out for us and live the same lives we do day in, day out, not somebody that's a short timer, because the worst that can happen for Sheetz if they decide to fold up their stakes and their tents and go away is they're going to write it all off. We have another gas station. Additionally, nobody has mentioned those 3 words tonight about the convenience store, the beer, wine, and the liquor. Those are the three words that I have not heard tonight. I brought them up because I'm from the east side of Detroit, and everywhere they sell beer, wine, and liquor. But aside from being a 24-hour service, which could be great, who's going to maintain the control on the stereos and the jam boxes at 3:30 in the morning when the people next door are trying to get up at 4:30 a.m. to go to work? It's not just the equipment or the odor that you talked about that gets captured from the fumes of the gas, but what about the additional dirt and pollutants that you're putting in the air? That's over and above what we have now, because we don't have that now, or whatever we have is going to be exasperated. Anyway, I don't think it's a great idea, not for our town, not for that location. Maybe another location, it'd probably be a going concern for everybody. They'd stop by, buy some gas, you could wave, we'd buy a hot dog, buy some beer if it's not after 2. I'm done. Thank you.
I don't think that worked.
I'll make it.
Is it working there, Mr. Clerk?
Good evening. My name is Don Olszewski, Olszewski. I am a 54-year resident and homeowner here in Fraser. I live at 14 in Groesbeck, so I don't want to hear about noise and traffic and all that sort of stuff. It means nothing to me. This evening, I want to encourage the approval of the Sheets family joining our community. I think it would be an excellent use of the site of the now abandoned State Bank of Fraser. Let me explain my reasoning. I attended the open house that Sheets held at the Lions Club back in May. There I heard a lot of negative input from residents, just like I'm hearing so far tonight. Comments like it's not a good fit, how many gas stations do we need, and the old bank building is a downtown anchor that defines us. Really? An abandoned building that nobody, not even the library, is interested in. I predict if the site is left unused, it will turn out just like the former Dairy Queen on 14 Mile and Groesbeck. The city had other anchors to remind us of our past. McKinley Airport, the water tower on 14 Mile Road, a railroad depot. I guess they weren't deemed as important as the bank building. To those who say the Sheets establishment is not a good fit, I ask, what is a good fit? And is anyone doing anything to attract an occupant that would, in your opinion, fit in? Would you have a different outlook if a developer wanted to put up a high-rise apartment building like the one on 13 Mile Road? Has anyone put forth the effort to have the building designated a historical site or architecturally significant? Not that I'm aware of. The last tenant was PNC. They bailed for a reason. The building appears in reasonable condition on the outside, but what about the inside? How much asbestos, lead, and mold are residing there? The remediation would probably cost more than the building is worth. I have been inside the building in the past as a customer of PNC. I don't remember anything impressive or noteworthy about the interior of the building. It has outlived its usefulness, and the property is worth more than the building. How many gas stations do we need? Well, let's look around. By my count, there are 6 gas stations in Fraser. Only 2, the Marathon at Utica and Groesbeck and Myers, have enough room to be considered adequate. The others are small and congested. They were built in the late 50s and early 60s when this area was growing. They have only 3 or 4 pumps. At best, they can serve only 6 or 8 vehicles if they are all working and you can access them. Sheets will bring more choices for drivers. They plan to offer fuels that are not available or hard to find in this area. E15, E85, and alcohol-free 99-octane recreational fuel. In summary, we have a family-owned business that sees Fraser as a good place to invest. I say grab the opportunity, take action, and make it happen. I fail to see the attachment to and fascination with a Depression-era building that looks like something that belongs
So that's
in the
3
Bonnie
minutes,
and
sir.
Clyde movie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, Edie Pearson, E-D-I-E Pearson, P-E-A-R-S-O-N. I live at 16440 14 Mile Road. You were talking about reaching out to the neighbors. No one's reached out to me. You're talking about putting the right hand in and out on my side of the street right there. Correct? And you said the fence was deteriorating. I take offense to that statement. I replace them every time they need it. It's a solid fence right there. So basically what I want to say is that, of course, I'm against it. Right now, when I'm going west on 14 Mile Road, I cannot get into my driveway. I either have to go down into the church property, go down Masonic to Fruhoff in that way. Looked up a couple studies. Homes near gas stations are worth 30 to 50% less than other places. Living next to a gas station in Michigan is likely to negatively affect home values. As proximity to the gas station generally decreases property, decreases quality of life, the closer your home is to the gas stations, greater the impact value. So you guys are right on top of it. And again, the gentleman said, if you sat down and thought, let's put the worst thing we can do, let's put a gas station in our backyards. It's never going to increase in value. None of it. None of the property around it. The gas stations deteriorate themselves. Garbage all over, loitering. I would hope that you would consider something else long-term. Living spaces, you said a motel, we'll take that. You know what I'm saying? Crime. The study showed that crime definitely increases when you put a gas station in. The website, if you'd like to, they have extensive community and environmental defense services. Benzene was mentioned. It gets out into the air. I know you said you capture it when you're pumping gas.
Ma'am, can you speak direct? We're getting.
I'm sorry.
No, it needs to be directly into the microphone so we can
it.
pick up your words.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, the study is community and environmental defense services. Alcohol, crime, we don't have to say all that. I mean, you guys couldn't have picked a worst thing to put in our backyards. None of you guys would put it next to your houses. I know you wouldn't. So hopefully you'll reconsider. Economic value, we lose and you guys win. That's cool. They have the dumpster right on the other side of my fence that they want to replace. I could see the rats jumping over the fence right now.
Okay, thank you very much.
We had to deal with it for 3 years. It was horrifying.
Okay, thank you.
The smell
All right,
is right in my backyard.
I appreciate that. You've had your 3 minutes, and you can come back up after everyone's had a chance. Thank you.
Good evening. John Kyle, Keil, 15750 Marcy. I'm also on the Planning Commission, and we went through this in January. A lot of the same remarks and everything else, and we voted it down. Since then, my wife and I went down to South Carolina, North Carolina, up through there, and we stopped at 3 different ones. They're absolutely incredible. They're always spotless. They're nice. Anything you need is in there. Even though I voted it down in January, I think we ought to approve it. I think it'd be great for the city. I know a lot of people don't agree. I expected to get booed, but go to one and then think about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Francesca Lucido. It's Lucido. I live at 16605 Rosemary, and I come to you today not only as a resident, but as a mother doing what I can to protect my children. I'm speaking against sheets tonight for many reasons. My first priority being safety. We live just behind the wall of the old Fraser Bank and are one of the houses that would be impacted the most if the rezoning requests are approved and accommodate sheets. Yes, we bought a house that shares a wall with community business property, but from my understanding, there are zoning regulations set in place for community business property versus commercial general property that protects neighboring families.
Excuse me, could you repeat the last sentence? I'm sorry.
Yeah, speak a little slower so the court reporter can
Sorry.
pick it up. It's the microphones.
Out of breath. We did buy a house shared with a wall with community business property. But with my understanding, there are zoning regulations set in place for community business property versus the commercial general property that protects neighboring families from businesses such as Sheetz, who are requesting 24-hour operation next to residents, asking for multiple wall signs, and the fueling and loading, which I heard tonight, the fueling and loading will be most likely at night under the canopy, which is in direct view of our backyard. I am a mother of 2 young children and 1 on the way. We enjoy our warm and cool days playing in the backyard, but welcoming more environmental pollution with a 3rd gas station is unsettling, and my thoughts go right to my children. Living in close proximity to 1 gas station can increase the exposure to daily fuel evaporations that could be linked to childhood cancers. This is not a chance I'm willing to take, yet you are entertaining the idea of a 3rd gas station, and if Sheetz gets approved, then Fraser is willingly exposing their residents to more health risks. I'm also curious as to why Sheetz is leasing the property rather than purchasing, which was confirmed by their attorney at the last meeting. If time goes on and Sheetz realizes the location isn't bringing in enough business and I decide to end their lease, then is the property owner and the community left with an abandoned gas station and underground fueling tanks that could potentially leak into the ground over time. In return, leaving the community with something more damaging than an old bank, or the possibility of putting the other 2 gas stations out of business, still leaving the community with an abandoned gas station. Another major concern of mine is the idea of the 24 operation. I do not feel comfortable going to bed at night, knowing that there's nightly activity so close to my home. 24 hours opens doors to all types of people, but it takes just one to change the life of another. God forbid my child find a broken alcohol bottle or use drug materials that were tossed over the wall in the middle of the night. We also have to live with the exposure to nightly noise, the commotion of slamming doors, loud voices, music, pumps, pumping, and more, which Sheetz said that they could control, but they can't.
You can take another 20 seconds or so since we interrupted you, so
Okay,
just wrap it up.
We already
If you
deal
could.
with the traffic lights from the other gas stations. They're asking for more signage. I feel like our backyard will be lit up like a football field on a Friday night. Sheetz can offer all of the greenery in the world, but they can't promise safety and security. I really hope that the city council truly listens to the outpouring and concerns of the community for this plan.
Thank you very much.
Hello. My name is Kurt McDonald. I'm usually asleep right about now because I usually start at like 2 o'clock in the morning. But my concern has more to do with operational, how would you say, well, how well will they operate, especially considering it's going to be a 24-hour operation. I can tell you, for one, that I leave out to go to work every morning at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I live at Utica and Mulvey at the Chalet Apartments. And I could, first of all, tell you that around the time that I leave to go to work, Utica and 14 Mile is pretty much dead. I don't see how this would be a viable business opportunity for Sheetz, especially considering the fact that there's no traffic that goes through that area. I mean, quite frankly, every morning, I am the only car that's going down the road while I'm heading to work. So, to be honest with you, I could actually see this as a potential failure on the part of Sheetz by not recognizing that a 24-hour operation is infeasible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council and Sheetz.
Your
My name
for
is
the
Linda
record.
Stonebreaker, Stonebreaker, and I've been living with my husband in Fraser for 23 years now. So, I don't have a problem with Sheetz the business. What I do have a problem with is the location chosen for the business to operate. As a council person stated a few months ago about getting out of the subdivisions, or their daughter getting out of the subdivisions in the morning, that is one of the most impossible times now to get out. Sheetz did a traffic study. I would like to know if the county did a traffic study, because it seems to me, and I'm not a traffic study person, but we don't have the capacity to expand the roads. We don't have the capacity or the, I don't want to say capacity, I want to say we don't have the ability to retime the lights. That has to be a county thing. Has anybody talked to the county about the traffic situation and what it would be like? Even more. I've sat through 5 lights at that corner. Now, agreed, it's, peak time, but that's 5 lights. And I think we all have. So where is the traffic studies and where are they coming from? I know Sheets did one. Who did you talk to? How did you do your study? What was proven on the study? What was disproven on the study? So these are my questions. I hope you'll take them into consideration. I don't feel that there was enough information given on the traffic around the school, around the subdivisions, around the other small businesses that are located there. And I think that needs to be taken into account. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Fletcher, 31725 Schoolcraft. I am actually in support of Sheets going in at this corner. Have a couple of things written down here. We have to accept the fact that the bank is being demolished. It was never declared a historical site. It's been closed and vacant since 2019. If we go ahead and do some quick math on that, that is over 1,700 days where the bank has sat there without use, without any utilization, outside of being in 2009 when vote was shut down for a CVS and I believe another business to go in there, faced protests. That was 25 years ago. So now we're on 5 years. So instead of the complacency and the same arguments that I keep hearing about traffic and about all the grievances, which I hope everyone else here that's in protest would have for any other business that may go in on that corner, you should be liable for that, is I want to focus on the economic impact, which was covered earlier, as well as some additional things. Contractors getting local work. Consider the fact that those contractors there, they're going to go up and down 14 Mile in Utica and visit local restaurants and visit local businesses, bringing in business. You're going to see response from that. Economic impact of Sheets locally, job creation, 30 employee average should to 35, ideally full time. Not only here locally, but also nationwide. More Sheets locations open, that allows them to hire more people to work at their distribution centers, therefore improving our economy. Jobs are such a hot topic right now. Think about something more than a traffic inconvenience. Starting wage is $15 an hour with full benefits. If you are in high school, if you have issues in college or finding a job, you could have a bridge job, you get benefits, you get shareholding or stock share. Sheets employs nearly 25,000 people nationwide, 88% employee approval rating. That's actually pretty good. Safe, fun place to work. They've had nothing but provisions and concessions here tonight about the changes that they're willing to make. Also, high capacity employee, how many people are working at the gas stations across the street? High capacity, consider it, just weigh the amount of people that come in and out. Also, they offer domestic gasoline. There's no foreign oil purchases or fuel purchases going on. All these facts are usually found online, by the way. Sales tax will go to our community. Also, Sheets is a verified commodity in our nation's economy. A Fraser location would bring consumers from outside the city. This is a business that can be a reliable source for us, bringing people from outside if we are a select location in Southeast Michigan. We also had somebody that voted against it. They visited 3 other locations, changed their mind. highlight the city.
Thank you. We do too. Anyone else? Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak? Sure. Vanya or Deanna, which one first? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. While I was looking there, I didn't see you.
Chris. There's one in line behind him.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Paul Fedorko. Last name is spelled Fedorko. I'm the president of Wexford Capital, and I'm also the property owner. I'd like to thank.
Can you get closer to the microphone so we can pick it up?
Again, my name is Paul Fedorko. I'm with Wexford Capital, and I'm also the property owner. I'd like to thank you, the mayor, and the city council, and residents of Fraser for being here tonight to consider this project. I've been in the commercial real estate industry my entire life, better part of about 25 years. I've been developing properties all over the country, across the Midwest, Mid-Atlantic, Southeast, Florida. I purchased this land for a redevelopment opportunity back in mid-2023. In looking at the highest and best use for the redevelopment of the property and bringing value to the community, I evaluated a lot of different opportunities. I know that there was a lot of personal attachment and nostalgia with the bank property. After an exhaustive evaluation, it's just simply cost prohibitive to be able to salvage the bank. It has functional obsolescence and has far outlived its useful life. Regardless of the outcome of tonight's meeting, the bank will come down to pave way for a new development. I feel very fortunate to be working with a client, a tenant, like Sheets, who had expressed interest in the site after I had purchased it. What I really liked about their plan, it aligned with my vision, trying to add value to the residents in the community of Fraser, bringing essential needs grocery items, fuel, convenience, in a family company, creating jobs, economic growth, is really what I like to do. I purchased many other banks across my development career and repositioned them in similar nature. One of the additional things that I really like about the plan that's being offered is the ability to provide more green space that is really not required. In the event that the conditional rezoning agreement is not agreed to, and I am forced to develop the property under the existing zoning, the ability to move all the way to the sightline of the residents of Rosemary exists, which would have zero green space, trees, buffering. In fact, what I additionally like about this project is it gives me the opportunity, us the opportunity to convey the land back to the owners of the land on Rosemary. The backyards of those land are on this property by as much as 30 feet. Playgrounds, above-ground swimming pools, sheds, which potentially all could be taken back. And the setback requirements for the current issue could put a property wall directly in the middle of their backyard with a much less unfavorable use.
Okay.
So I'm humbly here tonight to ask for the city council's approval of our conditional rezoning agreement.
And you can come back up after
Thank
we're
you.
all done too, if you have anything else to add. Next.
Excuse me, can I just put another pack of paper in?
Yes, hold on just a second, we're changing the paper on the good old-fashioned stenography machine.
Okay, I'm ready, thank you.
You ready? Okay.
can't hear her at all. I can't hear her.
Hold on a second. Can we help her out there, Chris? Why don't we try that other microphone with Mr. Bruggelmeyer has? That may help.
put it
We want
right
to hear
in
what you have
front.
to say.
Oh, you got to try to talk loud. All right. I'll sit down. Okay. Put it right in front of your mouth and talk as loud as you can.
I'm Lucille Schilling, Schilling. I'm also a member of St. John Lutheran Church, which does have 1,000 members. And my daughter, who teaches there part-time, also spoke about the school and how parents need to get in and out. And we have services, 3 every weekend, and special services. And our seniors do much volunteer work there. One of their projects is making quilts for Lutheran Rural Relief. They go all the time. And the project that is getting that is also we collect in October. We collect items for kits and health cares and soap to go to Lutheran Rural Relief. Then October 14th, my daughter Doris also has charge of Southeast Michigan collection, and we rent a truck, which is donated by Thrivent, and it is parked in the parking lot, which is right across there. And then churches, 27 Lutheran churches brought 526 boxes of these items, quilts and things, to be, and they will be taking, then from our church, they go to Westland, where the Westland Lutheran children, students, put it on the trailer trucks, and they're driven to Maine. And this year, there will be some trailer trucks of quilts and supplies that will be going to the Carolinas and wherever they're needed in the world. And we do have many activities of seniors. And I don't know if I mentioned, I'm 90 years old. I am a senior. And but many, we have a widows group that's very active, and they all drive in and out of trying to get, and the traffic is very heavy. I don't think I mentioned in December, 12th, 14th, and 15th, they have a free Christmas pageant called Boar's Head Annual Festival, and 500 people on those 3 days. And they need to get them in and out of the parking lot. The Fraser Eye Clinic has made it possible for them to, the orchestra people and choir people, to be brought over to theirs, but still it's very complicated to try to traffic, and I have to come across on Fruhoff. Also, there's just the library is at Fruhoff Corner, and the Catholic Church in one house, and then there is the this new service station would be built. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Lucille. Appreciate it.
Good job. Good job.
Hello, Christian Lucido, Lucido, 16605 Rosemary Ave. First, I want to thank my wife for coming up here. She didn't have to do that. We are expecting our third. We have 2 beautiful children we're blessed with, and what she had said really hit home. I am worried about the safety of what could happen in our backyard with implementation of a 24-hour fast food gas chain. I also want to hit on a little bit of what not our last speaker said, but the speaker before that. And I don't think it was very appropriate to almost come off as a threat to take things away. Albeit it may be true, I don't think that that was very appropriate. I view that as almost as a threat to the neighbors. I don't think that that's correct, and that gives me even a worse vibe about what could possibly be coming in. The rest I have here are more of a list of comments and questions. So Sheets, I hope you guys have your notes out a little bit. I was approached by two representatives. I believe their names are Chad and Brad, but I know Chad for sure. I do want to say thank you for approaching us and asking our opinions. There was a couple things I had brought to attention with them about the greenage and the power lines. I asked what their plan was with the power lines that are going through there. I was told that they would get back to me. They never did. There's power lines right where they're going to put their greenage. I don't want them to look at that later down the road and say, well, there goes that idea. So that's something that really needs to be looked into. There was also a comment made that there's already crime, or there could be crime in that lot right now. That's in my backyard. So right now I don't see crime. The only time I see cops, any kind of police activity, is when there's an accident at that corner. I know there's been talk of tax revenue increase, and that would be great. But what about the property values of the surrounding area? What happens when they go down? What happens to the tax revenue there? Did the tax go back on those people? I don't think that it works that way, but I guess we might have to see. I hope not. There's rights in and rights out and all that stuff. That's great, but there's already a huge problem with people speeding down Rosemary. I mean, I can't believe, I'm all the way at the end. I can't believe how fast some of these guys get. There's a tow truck that comes down there barreling from Utica too. I have no idea how he gets the speed, but that's already a problem. So I can't imagine what's going to be like people making a right out of Sheets and then making a right down Rosemary to blast through to Fruit Hall and then start cutting in and out of all the other residential areas. I heard a couple people say that they visited Sheets. I did as well. We had a vacation down in Ohio. Northridge, Ohio Sheets had good fries, but the rest was not good. It was loud, uncomfortable, and the bathrooms were not that clean. So I will be up here and say that one was not a good impression. There's more, but that's
You can come back. You'll get another opportunity to come back.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Richard Seeger, S-E-E-G-E-R. I live at 34500 Mulvey. That is a condo complex off of 15 and Garfield. I lean in support and within the personal perspective of being a likely potential regular customer at Sheets, which I have not had the opportunity to ever visit, either in Romulus or another state. So I kind of like look at the menu and like, oh, that really interests me because I happen to be a vegetarian, so have limited options already. And then relying on the different businesses, I usually, on a weekly basis, tend to kind of like rotate which ones I go to here in Fraser or the city that I work in, which is just Clinton Township. So I usually like having variety. So my notion of the location is kind of neutral because it would be good because for me because it's within walking distance. And I kind of looked up, there's announcement of potential other cities that might get a Sheets, and one of them was Warren, and I was kind of thinking, well, if they don't come here, the only way I would go is by the bus over there. And I kind of think of living off of Garfield, a similarity of business. I think of the 7-Eleven that's open 24 hours is a very popular hangout spot for residents and also the students at the high and middle school. And I kind of think like, a place like this, if that they agree to put that there, would, or at least within a general area in close proximity, would generate a lot of revenue from those different sectors. I end my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Sandy Thomas, Thomas. I'm the owner and operator of Schatz Market at 16659 East 14 Mile Road. I just have a few comments. I'm just going to read them off, notes that I took during the meeting and right before. One of the issues I had is that I did not get notice of the meeting as a business owner. My dad did, who owns the shopping center. That's how I found out about it. Also, the Macomb Daily published that the meeting was canceled, and then it was rescheduled. I feel like people thought it was canceled, and now it's being held again. So I have concern if one person should have been here and isn't. The notice wasn't adequate. The other issue I have is the corner. Well, if the gas station gets built, we're going to have a contaminated site in the city of Fraser. If the gas station doesn't make it, it costs $500,000 to $1 million to rehabilitate the site. And what will happen with that corner then? I feel like we should respect the master plan. They need not one, not two approvals. They need 7 different ordinances and variances to get approved. Turning left on 14 Mile was an issue. Now that they're fixing that, where it's going to be the right turn only, the police are going to be really busy trying to give control all of that, because I know if gas is cheaper for 5 cents, people are just going to do it anyway. I know the bank building has to go. I get that. But we have 7 gas stations within a 1.2 mile radius. A new one opening at 14 in Hayes for a total of 8. Do we need 9? They mentioned they were going to donate $50,000 to the city. I just felt like that was bribery. Approve this, we'll give you $50,000. Will the gas station actually draw people to the city? It's a gas station. The only people that will be going to the station are the people driving in the area. I have nothing against Sheets. It should be off of a freeway, off of a highway, Groesbeck, Gratiot, Van Dyke, higher traffic areas. In the evening, the area 14 in Utica is very quiet. Do we really need another 24-hour gas station? The population of Fraser is 14,349 people. Again, we have 7 gas stations within a mile radius. I also propose if Sheets does end up getting built there, and for some reason it does close down, we should stipulate that they have to remediate the site.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rob Walters, 16010 Toulouse Avenue. I'm about a 20-year Fraser resident. My wife's family grew up here, lived here. I think that Sheets is a great organization. I mean, obviously, they don't have 760 stores because they don't know what they're doing. My concern is very similar to Mr. Lucido's, and I live in the neighborhood behind Sheets, about 500 yards from where it's being built. But people cutting through, turning down Rosemary to loop around because they can't turn left out of Sheets to go north on Utica. It was hard when the bank was there to turn left, let alone now with the amount of traffic, because there's no left turn lane, or not much of a left turn lane really. I think the biggest thing is the traffic danger hazard that it presents. I would love to see a building like this built along Groesbeck somewhere in one of our other empty areas. Can you guys fit it in the Dairy Queen? No, I know. And you know, at the end of the day, it's a gas station. I think some of the things are really nice. The green space is nice. The picnic area next to the driveway, next to Utica, I can't see that being used very often. The seating area right there at the corner, where by the traffic study that was done, nearly 40,000 cars a day go by. No one's going to sit there. I'm nervous to stand there to cross the street when I walk up to CVS or Schatz to get something,
let alone to sit there and have a conversation with anybody. I feel that the city has spoken, the community, the residents have spoken, and I agree 100% that the bank building needs to go. But I think there needs to be a better alternative that doesn't create quite as much friction and traffic noise as this particular solution does. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, this worked out well, being at the end. I crossed a lot off my list. My name is Deanna Reiner, R-E-I-N-E-R, 15569 Luxembourg. Just really quick, you mentioned about possibly taking a vote by council tonight. I don't think that's advantageous, being with the information back and forth. The meeting was off, the meeting was on, so people may not have shown up to voice their opinions. I definitely don't have a problem with Sheetz. I just think it's a location problem. Again, everybody keeps saying Groesbeck. I honestly think Groesbeck would be a great fit. There's only 2 gas stations on Groesbeck at 13, or Utica Road in Groesbeck, and 14 in Groesbeck. So there's opportunities there. Again, not a problem with Sheetz. I love a Buc-ee's there, but that's just me. I did some driving around Fraser. And again, I counted that there's 5 current gas stations within our city limits. Directly across the street, which is like the center dividing line of the street, you go across, there's an additional 6 across the street, which makes 11. And so that Sheetz would make 12 for the city, and that being only a 4.1 square mile. Oh, let's see. And then with Rosemary residents, I'm concerned that the building process will take about 18 months. That's a lot of noise for the Rosemary residents, because again, they're right on the backyard there. Let's see, read my notes here. Okay, according to all the paperwork for tonight's meeting, it said that the current building is in process of being demolished, and then I heard that there was a demolition permit that was pulled already. So one thing I do like was the fact that you wanted to save the facade, if you can, of the old Fraser Bank and incorporate that. I thought that was great. My concern is if Sheetz is not approved when you do the demolition, will that be saved as part of future use maybe within the city, since so many people have it as part of their heartstrings? But it was just, if you're going to demo it, save maybe, if it's salvageable, the logo and stuff on there. And let's see what else. Getting down to the end here. So again, I still wasn't totally understanding whether the council votes first to approve or deny Sheetz, and then it goes back to the planning commission. Wasn't sure on that, how that worked. And then the other thing is Rosemary residents, again, if they're going to be deeded extra land, they'll also be taxed on it. So their property taxes will go up. So that's also a concern. And believe it or not, that's done. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Richard Maletti, M-A-L-L-E-T-T-E. I live at 31131 Rickert in Fraser. I've only lived in Fraser 3.5 years. We were having poker night across the street, and somebody said, yeah, we're going to downtown Fraser. And I said, downtown Fraser, where's that? And they explained where it was, and I said, oh, so I could run across the street to CVS? And they said, yeah. The point of that is there's really nothing down there. And when you get to that corner, you have 2 what I considered poor gas stations, a bank that I swear, didn't even know there was a bank there until the whole Sheetz thing came up. Because it sits back, you can't see anything. So I'm wholeheartedly in favor of Sheetz going there. I believe it will be an economic boost to the area. People talk about traffic, no disrespect to anybody at the church. If you guys got 500 new members in the church for 3 straight months, you wouldn't say a word about the traffic. Traffic is what traffic is, no matter where you are. Groesbeck, 14, 13, Woodward, it doesn't matter. It's always increasing. There's no way around it. So I'm in favor of Sheets. I hope you guys approve it.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Abigail Wasil, W-A-S-I-L. I've been a lifelong Fraser resident for 29 years. I came back to Fraser. I'm an attorney, and I serve on the Fraser School Board, and I'm very involved in this community. I have to say that my views are not expressive of the Fraser District, but just through my communication with different community members who are also concerned through the school. So I just want to talk about what we didn't hear tonight. And before we talk about that, I think all of us here would say that we believe in progress, we believe in change, we believe that we love our community and want to see it better. But the majority of us don't feel like this Sheets establishment fits this section of the community for a myriad of reasons, and not to disparage the attorneys, the Sheets, the individuals, because I've been to Sheets and it's a great establishment and I've spent my money there and I've been impressed. But for this location, I was ruminating over the question that our attorney posed about, would you let somebody rent if this is what they propose to you? And personally, myself, and I think most of the community would say no. And I want to talk about what we didn't hear. We didn't hear, and I looked through the proposal, so you might have the answers more than I do, so I could be wrong. These questions might not be valid, but what I didn't hear was any aspect about a traffic study about what would happen during construction and the time frame that would cause. How many lanes would have to be shut down? What economic impact during just the construction zone would happen to our residents and to the economic businesses of other locations? We heard about, briefly security at Sheets and that some staff would have panic buttons or liaisons, but we didn't hear a study about other Sheets locations or this specific demographic in Fraser or this location on what additional aspect that would bring to our law enforcement. And I believe in Fraser we have one of the best law enforcement, and they're amazing and they're everywhere, but also with that, what are we adding on to our law enforcement? I didn't hear about the profit that Sheets would make. I think it's important to understand what benefits Sheets would be getting and what revenue they're expected to receive from this. I didn't hear anything about the lights, and I know I can understand that, lights, as we go on, there's more details, but if the lights are such a concern to the neighborhood and the people on Rosemary, why isn't there a conversation about lights? I heard conclusions about, well, what if the next developer did X, Y, and Z? But to me, that's just kind of a fearful approach to it.
Okay, that's 3 minutes, but you can come back in a bit.
All right, well, I think I'm done, but thank you for your time.
And so are you for or against?
I'm against.
Thank you. Okay.
Vania Apps. My first name's Vania, V-A-N-I-A. The last name is Apps, A-P-P-S. I'm so impressed with the audience tonight. I think they did an awesome job. I think you have to really consider the families that are going to live around this gas station. And I'm glad it's a nice gas station in other communities. That's wonderful. But it's a gas station. The City of Fraser, I don't know, I just swear we could do better than this. But I didn't appreciate the it felt like a threat to me as well when I heard the builder developer say, well, if it's not Sheets, it's going to go right into your backyard, blah, blah, blah. And it is a cost to the people that are going to live there because their taxes will go up with that extra property. And yet their value will go down because they live next to a gas station. But overall, I'm so proud of the people that showed up to speak their mind. I hope that council understands these are families' lives that you are going to be affecting should you approve Sheets. I'm a no vote for it. I don't think it's a good fit in that area. And by the way, it is hard to look at that. And I know there's some people that said the bank is old and the bank is this, but that's hard to look at when you've had a beautiful structure on the corner that was a landmark building for our city. So when the bank goes down and somebody saves a piece of it for a park or something, everybody knows I love parks, but we're going to be a drive-through community. What's going to be here for, what would make you come here to live? Every corner has a bunch of gas stations on it. There's bars and gas stations and 24. We're 4 square miles. I mean, once you stamp it all around with this kind of businesses, why would anybody want to come and live here? And I won't be able to sell my house. So I think it's a bad fit. And I think all the concerns that were expressed here tonight outweigh it's a nice gas station. I don't see it building a community. I don't. I see just the opposite. There will be no community. People just keep on going, So I'm a no vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Nancy Erke. Last name E as in Edward, H-R-K-E. I think this is a great plan and everything. This is not the location for it. It belongs, as other people said, out on a highway like Groesbeck or something like that, where there's constant traffic in and out and people are awake because there's all businesses. That's all I have to say. It's just not for this place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Carolyn Coop Von Det. I'm here on behalf of...
Can you spell that?
Sorry. It's Von Det, V-O-N-D-E-T-T-E hyphen C-O-O-P-E. I recently moved back to the Fraser community after being in Phoenix, Arizona for 35 years. My father is 92. He lives at 16452 Rosemary Avenue. I'm 58. He's been in that home for 58 years. I'm concerned about what's going to happen with the traffic that Mr. Lucido mentioned and Mrs. Lucido mentioned about coming down Rosemary. Rosemary, my recollection has always been, it's a single lane street. And what's been happening is a lot of people, which I was surprised, are now parking their cars in the street because some of the homes have like a little front space that you can park that's paved, and the others have grass now. So they're parking in the road. And if we've got multiple traffic coming down and children playing out there, and I can just see like pileups of cars that are because they do fly down Rosemary to get to Fruhoff. I'm concerned that there's just not enough room. And the other concern that I have at that corner, there are no center lanes that people can make a left and kind of hang out, so that they could merge in. You're going to have to wait until traffic clears entirely before you are going to be able to make, if anybody would even attempt to make a left there, it's just going to be impossible. So it's all going to be right turns and probably cutting down Rosemary or cutting down Kingston or cutting down my street, because I recently bought a home at 16644 Erin to be closer to take care of my father. So, and the other thing that nobody mentioned tonight is 24-hour establishments. Okay, so pumps are always on at 24 hours, right? But that means your store, people can go in and buy stuff, right? Correct? Okay, yes. So you can buy food in there 24 hours. I haven't heard one thing about crime at 24-hour establishments. The only positive thing, if Sheets were to go in there, is that the Fraser PD is just a couple blocks away. But with my experience in living in a city with 24-hour operations in Phoenix, you're looking at all kinds of bad stuff. You're looking at drug deals, you're looking at homeless people stumbling in there because, oh, it's open, there's nobody around. I worry that people are going to start sleeping in the retention pond. That's what they do in Phoenix. They just live in the retention ponds. So I haven't heard anything about that, and I would like to know more about that.
Okay.
Thank
Right.
you.
Thank you very much.
I'm Joanne Barr, B-A-R-R, and I live on Garfield in Fraser. I have lived here for, I think, about 50 years. My children and grandchildren all went to Fraser schools, and it was considered one of the elite places to live just because it was small town. There was a time when I was on the Downtown Development Authority, and we were doing studies on how to keep it small. And they were talking about bicycle and walking downtown and have little benches to sit and all that kind of stuff. And it sounded pretty good. Now, you've already given away the schools. I mean, I remember somebody telling me how a man laughed at him and said, "You got to pay all those high taxes because you live in Fraser, ha ha. My kids go to your schools, they get bused in, and I don't have to pay for it." Well, you're going to have the same thing with this. You're going to have people not buying in Fraser. You have people moving out, and because it's not the small town. And that really hurts me because it's been a small town up until now. So I'm absolutely against it. It's a good thing. It's a good place. Groesbeck, Gratiot, not in downtown Fraser. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Cheryl Higdon, Higdon. I live at 16190 Erin. Moved to Fraser in 1984 when I was expecting my oldest son. And specifically because it's a small town. And that's what we only looked in Fraser. I wanted the small town, I wanted the schools. Many things have changed. I'm not saying that it's not a good small town anymore. And I believe what people are saying. We do want the small town atmosphere. What should go in where the bank is? I don't know. I agree it needs to be taken down. I wish it had been taken care of. We're past that. But unfortunately, I have to agree with everybody else. It's just not the place for Sheets. I mean, divided highway and Gratiot would be more fitting for it. And they sound like a wonderful company. But I hope our city council does not get swayed by that they do hear what all of us are saying. It will affect us. We have cars already, too many coming down Erin. And oh, for who's familiar with San Bren, there's 3 homes on it. Cars fly. I mean, and we have cars fly down Erin. And there's small children on San Bren. We don't want that extra traffic. And speaking of our police, yes, I agree, we have a great police department. However, if you call 911, it doesn't go to Fraser, it goes to dispatch. And you've got 15 minutes before you get a car. Unfortunately, we learned that the hard way, and someone passed away. So no, I don't want the added work onto our Fraser Police Department and have them be delayed because they don't get a call in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Somebody coming up?
I have 2 minutes. I don't need 2 minutes. I just want to make one more comment.
Just your name again, just so we...
I'm Doris August, and once again, I work at St. John Fraser, and someone brought up a point that I'd like to point out. When I talked to the people in the church office and the school office today about the meeting, asking how many people were coming, they said, oh, that meeting was canceled. Now, my mother said she called the city clerk, and nope, the meeting was on. But as far as they knew at the school and the church, they had heard that the meeting was canceled. So that is why more people are not here from the church and school, which would be impacted by a third gas station. Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank Farina, Farina. I am a member of the City Planning Commission, Zoning Board, Compensation Commission. I'd like to remind you that when this city was built, you put in place a plan or an ordinance that said every 5 years you have to make a plan, okay? If you don't make a plan and follow your plan, any road will get you there because you don't know where you're going. 3 years ago, we went forward on a plan. We spent 1 year on the plan to put Fraser's future in a growth pattern, okay? It was vetted by the citizens. We had a public hearing. We put out a questionnaire. Everybody said they wanted a CBD district, okay? Well, we put in a CBD district. It came to the city council. As a matter of fact, people on the city council were on the planning commission at the time. They voted for it. The city council voted for it. It was put into place. All we need to do is execute the plan that we have. There have been other cases that have come before the zoning board where people have asked to do something different in the CBD area and they've been denied, okay? This is nothing more than asking for a prohibited item in the CBD district. So I don't see why it should be allowed in this area. I did my own traffic study. My wife insisted that we go and sit in the parking lot after 8 o'clock on a Saturday night, and in the 15 minutes we were there, 4 cars went by. Now, if that's good enough to sustain Sheetz, they are really a low-cost operation. I welcome Sheetz to Fraser. I have no allegiance to the bank. The building has to go. I know someone else who looked at the building, walked away from it because it said it was too much money to try and maintain that building. So I don't think that Sheetz belongs in that area. I believe they belong in a higher traffic area. And that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. Kathy Zarnecki, 31827 Pam Court. Last name is spelled Czarnecki. The proposed conditional rezoning is not consistent with the intent, goals, and the future land use plan adopted in our 2021 City Master Plan. The proposed use is not a low-intensity use, and that in itself conflicts with the City Master Plan. There are no general commercial CG parcels adjacent to the proposed use. I understand from the city planner's report that City Council has the authority to approve or deny any special land uses or variances the applicant is seeking. I encourage the City Council to deny the 3 special land uses they are seeking: the fast food restaurant, 24-hour operation, and the gasoline self-service station. As well, I encourage you to deny the variance seeking relief to operate a 24-hour business. I believe I heard the applicant this evening calling the conditional rezoning a mixed use. My mixed use views are office, retail, residential living space, possibly upper level. This is not a mixed use, in my opinion. I do want to impress upon you all, the City Council members, to acknowledge the dedication and expertise the Planning Commission members put into updating our City Master Plan. The Planning Commission listened to 24 public speakers at our January 3rd, 2024 meeting. I believe all of them, all of them spoke in opposition. After deliberation, the Planning Commission unanimously passed a recommendation to City Council to deny the application as proposed. I know the applicant has offered some revisions to the proposed application for your consideration this evening, since it was considered by Planning Commission. But in essence, the proposed conditional rezoning still conflicts with our master plan. I respectfully ask City Council to seriously take into consideration the role of the Planning Commission in its recommendation to City Council for denial. I do have one final note that I made. There's been a lot of comments on the traffic. The traffic impact study that the applicant has provided is very voluminous. It's hard to understand, very confusing. There were comments in our memorandum from our city engineer. I'm asking one of you council members or the mayor to ask our city traffic engineer to speak on the traffic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have just a quick question.
Point that microphone towards yourself. Thank you.
I just
And then
have a quick
Nancy-
question.
And just ask your name
Nancy.
for the court reporter so she knows.
Nancy Erke. Anyway, it was just brought to my attention that there has been a demolition permit pulled for the building, the bank building. And as a member of the Historical Commission, we have asked that that eagle be retained for us. Now, who do we talk to about that?
I'm making a list of questions, and we'll go through. I have several that I want to talk to, and I'll put that on this
Okay, will
list.
you put that on then?
Yep, I
Thank
sure
you,
will.
that's all.
All right, is there anyone else that would like to speak on this matter at this time?
Can we go back up for 2 minutes?
Yeah, everyone, if you've spoken for 3 minutes, you get an opportunity for 2 more. So let's we'd like to wrap this up, but everyone gets an opportunity to speak.
Paul Salufo, 316400 CILLUFFO. I'd like to explain tonight why my earlier statement seemed somewhat emotional, because it is. I did attend the planning meeting, and when I heard some of the residents on Rosemary talk, I went home, and my wife will tell you, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep at all, because I realized I was there once as a young parent, and I knew how heartbreaking that would be, especially with somebody that is either expecting or whatever. But my point is, all I've ever wanted is for the city to prosper in the right way, not on the backs of the community or put hardship on any of the residents. This is what this is all about. Many of you know that one of our nicknames is the Fraser, the little city with a big heart, because we always did do things differently. I'm asking council to really consider not approving the Sheets proposed land use. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Your name again, so for the court reporter. So.
Paul Fedorko, Fedorko. Again, I'll use my last 2 minutes. As a commercial real estate developer and the owner of this property, I did a very exhaustive search on potential tenants that I could bring to this site that would be as minimally invasive as possible and add as much value to the community. I was very happy when Sheets expressed interest and feel very favorable about the plan that they have set forth. Again, the in-place zoning right now provides different abilities to use more of the property, which would ultimately result with less green space and less advantageous use. The functional obsolescence to build a shopping center or apartments or something mixed-use property just doesn't present itself in today's economy. I feel strongly that this is the highest and best use of the property at this current time with one of the best family-owned companies in America. I feel very proud to have the opportunity to present this to you, and again, I humbly ask for your vote in approval of the conditional rezoning tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I see a couple people.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Weiss, Weiss. My mother lives at 33135 Utica Road. Her name is Lorraine Weiss. I'm here on her behalf, and my vote is no. My mother lives 5 houses down on Utica Road, and I can tell you the traffic and some of the crime that I've seen in this area is terrible. And although I believe in developing a community, I really don't believe that this place, Sheets, is a good opportunity for Fraser. Like this gentleman said, Fraser residents have a big heart, and I really don't believe that this is in their best interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up, sir.
Again, I am Richard Seeger, Seeger, and using the 2 minutes response, my personal afterthought is that, very nice to have a green place included with their offer, and that I don't believe it's part of the zoning condition that whoever, if it's Sheets or someone else, is hereby required to build and maintain that kind of park, pond, and choosing of their own choice to build one, and also trees, and take care of the grass and the leaves. The thought I had was to suggest postponing the vote, possibly in accordance to those who said that there was confusion over the cancellation and the rescheduling. I had only learned about this meeting because I went on the Fraser City website. I was trying to look about flaw leaf collections. That's how I even knew. So, another thing about Sheets. So obviously within the idea of more of a public notice, and I only found out that the meeting was still on because of social media and actually the mayor's Facebook page. So of great usage to allow more people to voice their opinions, support, deny, or neutral, as I'm more of a lean support, but not necessarily fully on board. But in the sense of kind of like looking up quickly about Sheets, not all locations have a gas station, so I think they could, in all due fairness to the different comments made tonight, consider other alternatives if they are granted this area, or to consider another one in Fraser, or just stay out of the city entirely, depending on what the community wants. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Anyone else? Mr. Lucido.
Christian Lucido, Lucido. Coming back up here to kind of finish of what I was saying before. One thing that wasn't answered directly was the time of deliveries. This being in my backyard, I'm really concerned about that. When they kind of dance around and not give us a question there, that tells me that it's probably going to be 2 or 3 in the morning. That might fly with the vast majority of their locations that don't butt up against residential. But that's not going to fly here with it being in people's backyard. I think that time needs to really be regulated and looked at if this goes through. Another thing is there's been a lot of framing of what could go in there, and most of the framing is something negative, whether that's a strip mall that might go vacant again, or a vape shop, or some other worse stuff that's floating around out there. But I also want to frame it in something more positive. In no way am I suggesting of what should go in there or what could go in there, but something more of a family-oriented rec center, a splash pad, something where I take my family to, something that draws young families here. I don't think a Sheets gas station is going to do that. But again, everybody was framing of what ifs. I'm also doing that with more of a positive outlook on it. Again, if Sheets is approved, I'm not sure if this is a location that I want to raise my young family. So you may see a bunch of people put their houses up for sale, or even worse, maybe make their properties rental properties. I think that might increase as well in that area. But again, I hope everybody's voices are heard. I want to thank everybody that got up here who are for it as well and against it. I do value everybody's input, and I listened to everybody that was for it as well. So thank you for giving me my time to speak, and I hope you guys listen to the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Byer, are you coming up to the podium? Okay.
I just wanted to add a couple things. I know it sounded like I just didn't know a lot. Actually, the truth is, I'm an attorney. I was a magistrate for Roseville and Fraser for a lot of years. I've lived all over. I have lived Detroit, Warren, Sterling Heights, Fraser. I lived in Texas, Pasadena, Houston. So I've had a lot of different houses in a lot of different neighborhoods. And so when I say that Fraser was special to me, because it was small town, and it was special for my children to be raised here. And I want that same opportunity for other people. I do not want sheets. Is it a good? Yes. I'm on the Planning Commission. I voted it down. I told them at the time, yes, it's good. It's great. It's just the wrong location. It does not belong in downtown Fraser. And I hope the committee, I hope all of you people vote it down, please, for the citizens. There are so many citizens that don't want this. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else? Okay. Okay, we've got, all right. We got two. Come on up.
Good evening, Mark Richter, 16330 Gordon. Just no, for all the reasons you heard tonight. I think there's enough reason here. If you need some more, just get hold of it, all right? Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Fraser.
Yeah.
My name is
We're gonna ask
Peter
her, John.
McFadden, 16594 Admiral. McFadden. Right there by Emerson School. We've been in the school district now for 10 years, and the city is why we moved in. All the schools easily accessible. With the schools, I have a graduated child, and I have one that's in band and color guard and Go Fraser, Ramblers. So the biggest issue with us is that it is a gas station. Groesbeck probably would be a better idea. But regarding the traffic and the flow of traffic, and I was surprised that somebody talked about the cars parking on the streets. Half of that was because they were putting in all the new lines and stuff. So people were parking on the streets and no people could get through just because they were doing the sewer work, which is going great for everybody. So that's another good thing about Fraser City. The government works here for us. But back to the schools. When schools let out and the buses go, because it's good, I watch out in the window and it's in the morning and all the bus drivers are showing up and they're turning on all the blinking lights. It's a light show. And all those buses are on schedule and they pick up 300 kids plus or more. So all those children are in buses on the streets. And you cannot drive down my street normally because of traffic. You can sit at the end of Admiral where there's the split where the road starts. You sit at that light and you miss it. You miss the light because of the traffic we have now, because of the buses and the parents who must have their child at school first. But there are traffic issues, and all the additional traffic is not good for the city. for what I moved here for. So I'm against it. My vote, if I don't get here and speak my mind and say no, because go somewhere else on Groesbeck, because they have 2 gas stations out there.
Okay, thank you very much.
God bless America. Vote, vote, vote.
Thank you. All right, I don't see anyone else interested in speaking from the audience, so we have some council members that received some communication, and we'll turn to them. Councilmember Baranski, I think you had one.
Oh, here. All right. I got quite a few, so.
I'm not timing these, right?
Nope.
No, sir.
Thank you.
All right. And I'm just going to read them as they are written. This is from Kathy Serafini Shepherd. My concern for Sheetz would be 3 gas stations in downtown Fraser, a 24-hour business. When Speedway is open 24 hours, they are robbed all the time, and the increase in traffic at peak times. Utica and Hayes are already backed up for half a mile at night going north. From David Winowicki, 16411 Wood Lane, Fraser, Michigan. I apologize for not being able to attend the meeting tonight as I receive medical treatments every Wednesday. I am writing with regard to the proposed Sheetz development within the city of Fraser. My first exposure to Sheetz was when I was traveling out of state for business. I immediately thought, wow, these would be great in Michigan. Those of you that have actually visited one of their locations would agree the proposed site, Old Bank Building, would be a tremendous improvement. Sheetz has been a family-owned business since 1952 and remains so to this day. Before retirement, I worked for a family-owned business for more than 27 years. During those years, it was my experience that family-owned businesses on the grow tend to care for their business customers and their staff, as image is extremely important. Corporate and franchisees tend to care less. The proposed site has been vacant for more years than I care to remember. During its vacancies, the proposed sites experienced a level of decay that made it unattractive to any developers. Several distinguished commercial real estate firms have frustratingly tried to find a client to occupy or develop the site without success until now. We should all be impressed that Sheetz would find value in choosing Fraser as a viable city to invest in. They've clearly done their homework. Sheetz would provide revenue, jobs, community support, and upscale convenience and refueling experience 24/7, 365. There were many occasions when I would go straight from work to council meetings and did not have a chance to have dinner. I would then try to find an establishment open in Fraser without success. How many of our residents have experienced the same? The city would be sadly mistaken to refuse the opportunity for improvement of the site, the revenue that would generate for the city, the local jobs it would create within the community, and best of all, allowing a family-owned business to expand in Fraser. Please take a moment to remember that Fraser was founded on family businesses. There are several family-owned businesses that have been here for years: Fallman and Walsh, Rindell Hideware, Infinity Sidebar, Schatz Market, El Charles, all of which offer first-class services. To all the speculation of the possibility of increasing crime, there's no data to back up these speculations. To the speculation of competitors for Speedway or Mobile closing, nothing lost. Has anyone visited Speedway lately? Find examples of corporate and franchise operation. To the speculation of contaminated grounds if they close, that's the owner's responsibility and not the city of Fraser. Other agencies have and will enforce any remediation needed without burden or expense to the city. It's time to let go of a non-historic decaying building and embrace positive forward progress. All I'm saying is give Sheetz a chance. On behalf, we received a very lengthy letter from Jennifer Nicholas, who indicated we didn't need to read the record, but just wanted acknowledgement that it was received from the council. And she is against Sheetz. She is a resident of East Point and is against the Sheetz in Fraser. Reasons I support Sheetz. Sheetz came to Fraser first. They saw value in coming to our city. No other business has realistically tried, despite the building being for sale for years. They listened to the concerns raised at the Planning Commission meeting and amended their plan to address a lot of these concerns. This shows they want to be a value-added member of the community. They've incorporated in the parts of the bank building in an effort to pay respect to the past while creating a new future. The property is too expensive for restaurants or other uses that residents consider value-added. If it made financial sense, the owners of Juan Blanco's, Johnny Blackhouse, Eddie and Ale's.
You're going kind of fast.
I'm sorry.
I'll get a copy of those afterwards.
Okay, and I'm an attorney, so I apologize.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Okay.
I'll get a copy.
Okay. Or any of the other businesses would have come in and tried to do what Sheetz is trying to do. We have too many half-full strip malls already, and that would be worse than a fully functioning business for one of the main corners of town. Trying to save businesses that are not willing to step up and be productive and contribute to the community in a meaningful way is not good for the city or its businesses. Yet allows mediocrity to survive. Retail businesses are closing left and right. It's only a matter of time until we have to worry about the CVS or the Walgreens closing now that Rite Aid has gone out of business. This is a business that's growing and not likely to fail given our state and country's dependence on cars. The pipe dream that we have a walkable downtown like Royal Oak or Ferndale is not realistic. People drive everywhere. No one walks up to businesses we have now, they drive. That's not going to change. If anything, people would be able to walk to Sheetz and get a drink and a sandwich at all hours. This would be beneficial for those living in the neighborhoods adjacent to the area. What other options are there for that corner that can ensure jobs, investment in the property and the community, increase tax base, and provide the services needed? And okay, next one. Mike and Kathy Parrott. Hi, Amy. Mike and I just want to reiterate that we are opposed to having another gas station where the bank building is located, mostly for the reason that it does not support the goal of downtown development, and that looking to the future, the risk of other 2 gas station businesses would causing them to close, thus condemning any chance of any establishment from setting up residents there. I believe waiting is still an option. Many, many historic buildings in Michigan have been turned into restaurants or other profitable places. Please give this building a hope for a better downtown Fraser. One more. This is from Karen Gargano, Gargano. Hello, Mrs. Baranski. Saw you on the last city council meeting broadcast. You had mentioned that if some residents could not attend the Sheetz meeting on October 30th, to email you and you would read their comments at the meeting. Thank you for this opportunity. I would just like to say to residents, please consider the possibility of the Sheetz establishment at the corner where our historical bank is. Our bank, unfortunately, will be taken down. Even though there will be other gas stations in the area, a Sheetz store may be preferable to another strip mall or business. Sheetz keeps up the beautification of their properties, plus they have offered to preserve some of the historical elements of our bank that other establishments would not do. Sheetz may be a better alternative. Hope it is a good, constructive meeting. And also just to mention, although he did speak, Paul Salufo did send us all 3-page correspondence, and I think it was Janet Calabrese forwarded us documents that we did all receive, but their message and negative votes, I think, were adequately displayed. So
thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any other council member have a communication they'd like to read into the record?
I have one.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Go ahead.
Okay, so the one that I have to read is from former Fraser Mayor Michael Carnegie. His address is 15556 French Creek. And he says, "Good evening, Mayor and Council and residents of Fraser. Sorry I was not able to make the meeting this evening, but wanted to offer my position on the Sheetz project. During my discussions and research into the project when it was put forward over a year ago when I was mayor, I did a lot of due diligence before making any decision or taking a position on the project. I did contact 4 other cities that had current Sheetz facilities in their communities and talked with 2 that were in the process of having a Sheetz location in their community, as Fraser is. The discussions were all positive. Some of the comments were a great community partner, a good company to work with during the construction process, very thorough in trying to meet the community and city concerns before, during, and after construction, very clean facilities. They have hired many citizens and residents, paying them a good wage in the cities that have current facilities. I was also told by many that the food was great. Then I drove through Fraser to review the main roadways coming into our city. Most of the corners have very old buildings and businesses that have never been updated, rebuilt, or had any new construction besides one, 15 Mile in Utica. Well, it's booming with new construction, and citizens from surrounding communities shop and eat in Fraser. Many people will remember that building a new home, a home quarters, now a Fraser Meyer store, would deviate that corner of Fraser. Now it is the best commercial area around. I also like that the Fraser Bank building, I also like the Fraser Bank building a lot, being a lifelong resident of 63 years and remembering opening my first bank account for my paper route. But having the vacated old decaying buildings does nothing to help our city. I also liked the Dairy Queen on the corner of 14 Mile. Everyone knows that what the corner offers and looks like. As a councilman and mayor for Fraser, I and other council members tried for 15-plus years to have it rebuilt or removed without any success. As you know, it's still there and an eyesore traveling through Fraser. So having done my due diligence as a city official and knowing new construction and have community-friendly businesses will help Fraser prosper. Also, it's very important to have successful business partnerships in the city. I believe that Sheetz will be one of them. Thank you all and be safe. Michael Carnegie.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's it from council. City Clerk, did you have any additional?
No, you mentioned the Miss Nicholas, since that you didn't want it read. That was the one you.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's the only one that I had, and that's a double up, so.
If you would like to read it all, I mean.
Oh, I'm okay.
And I did forget to mention Frank Farina also sent us correspondence to all of us.
Can we add those correspondence to the minutes?
Sure, I mean, that's.
Yeah, I think that would be fair. Everyone knows.
If I can get them all,
Statements.
send them over to me, that'd be fine.
All right. Come on up. We are still in the public hearing, so yes.
Name's Larry Shaney, SCHOENY, 16545 Rosemary. Out of all the naysayers, just want to know how many took the time to go down to the one in Romulus? All of you, huh? Okay, well, I did take the time to go down there and look at it and talk to customers, talk to service people, Brandon and Amy. And very clean, they all very proud workers, very satisfactory outlook on the whole business. And a couple questions I have is, what is the greater plan? Council and Planning Commission? Talked about it for 3 years, I haven't heard anything about it. What is it? Nobody's commenting. Nobody knows. 3 years. And another question for Sheetz is, what's the lease term?
Sir, the public hearing is for you to speak to us, and we don't generally respond during the public hearing, but.
How do I find these questions out there?
Well, we're going to have a little conversation after this, but this is the moment where you speak to us and we listen.
Okay, well, okay, understood.
So if you have questions, ask them. We're not going to be answering them.
Thank you.
Okay. As a dialogue.
Gotcha. Okay. Sheetz is a family-owned business. Like everybody said, I've been here all my life, so I've seen things come and go. I don't know what they plan on putting in there. If not this, at least we know what's going in there now. We can see. Good vision all the way around. Yeah, there's going to be traffic. There's traffic everywhere. But I welcome them, and I live right behind them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. I think that concludes the public hearing at 9:39 p.m. I think we should take 10 minutes and go do your business and come back and sit down. Let's wrap this up and get out of here. How's that?
What time?
You said 10 minutes.
Everybody back in place and ready to go? Court reporter?
Yes.
Okay. You're a unique fixture on tonight's meeting.
Look at you when you're talking to me.
Okay, very good. Do you have all our names?
Yeah.
We're not going to repeat them every time we talk, but,
I've made
okay.
charts here.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone, for participating in the public hearing. I think it was very civil, respectful, a lot of good comments, and a lot of intelligent statements by folks for and against. So now this is the portion of the meeting where the council can ask questions to follow up. And I wrote down a few. I'm sure others may have questions, but first one I'd like to address is the $50,000 donation for road improvements. I think that needs to be clarified, and I'd ask Mr. Denault to do that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I don't want anybody to leave with a misconception that there was any sort of bribe attempted or any sort of sweetening of the pot, enticement, so to speak. I think if I look at it neutrally from our ordinance perspective, the ordinance actually has in it directly that one of the things that an applicant like this should consider proposing is to fund improvements to major streets within the city. So it uses the word major, so not side streets, but major thoroughfares or streets, to either fund those improvements, make those improvements, or provide money for those improvements. So that was actually missed, I think, by Sheets in the first round. And they realized that when they went back through the ordinance, that's something they should absolutely address because the ordinance asked them to. So that was their way of addressing it, whether it was $500 or $500,000, that's a business decision for them. But they came up with a number that maybe it's comparable to what they do in other communities. I haven't researched that. But that is an ordinance. It's a required thing for them to consider offering to us in our actual ordinance. So they did not do it out of for any other reason other than the fact that they found it in the ordinance. They wanted to be sure they covered that base.
Thank you very much. I think that's important because we all asked that question back, and you explained that very well previously. Traffic study by the county, that was a question asked by one of the folks here. I guess I'll start with you, is it Bruckelmeyer?
Bruckelmeyer, yes.
Okay. Why don't you address it first, and then we have our engineer here, and he may add a few comments about our local Macomb County road department.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes, we did engage C2G, a local traffic consultant that is very familiar with county standards for how to run and take analysis of a site's impact on traffic. That's something really common. We do that in almost every single location that we propose. And really, when you look at their overall analysis, it was mentioned that the report is exceptionally lengthy. That's really common. They're usually over 1,000 pages, and even when I look at it, you can't decipher it. It takes a traffic engineer. But really, their summary says that this intersection will operate at an acceptable level, similar to what it will operate at today when we come in and operate the business, especially when we do the signal retiming. And what that really means, what that really does is it makes the intersection more usable for the driver. And when that happens, there was mentioned a lot of times tonight that people were experiencing issues on Rosemary, people cutting through like they should not be. And when you do some retimings and make the lights work a little bit better, a lot of times you eliminate some of those issues because the light's more convenient. So some of our traffic study takes that into account. And truly, we went back and we actually did respond to some of the city engineers' comments. They were pretty technical in nature. I think in general, and I'll let them speak for themselves, it seemed like they did agree with the results of the said traffic study. So we did take that step and we went through the time and effort to go and get this traffic study done to make sure the location is safe. We want to make sure that we're installing a safe location. If our business isn't safe for people to come to, why would they come to us? That wouldn't make us a very viable business, and that was kind of mentioned here a couple times tonight, questioning the viability of our business, and that's something we do to ensure and safeguard that we are viable, a safe site. I hope that answers some of your questions. I'm happy to answer anything else related to the traffic study.
Okay. Mr. Vigneron, could you take the podium and answer a couple questions? The question was asked by one of the, I don't have the name, but was asked if the county does a traffic study for a proposed development like this.
That is unlikely. In most cases, the applicant would prepare their own traffic study that is submitted to the city or township for review. And oftentimes, that is also submitted to the county. They review those independently and assess the findings of the applicant. And in most cases, they either, as Mr. Ruppelmeyer suggested, agree or disagree with the study as presented. In this case, we did review it. We had a few very technical comments that were addressed in the last couple of days by the applicant. Again, we find it was prepared by a competent consultant that knows what they're doing, and we had no objections to their findings.
Okay. Retiming of traffic signals. You've indicated, Mr. Bruckemeyer indicated that they would retime the traffic signals. They will not be actually fiddling with the traffic signals. They would. And could you explain how the Macomb County Department of Roads handles that kind of?
So their report did prepare a suggested timing plan for the intersection based on the anticipated traffic counts. That is then shared with the Macomb County Department of Roads, their traffic operations folks would look at it and make some small adjustments to the signal timing. So generally, most of Macomb County has 120-second cycle lengths, so that's the time that you get a green light until you get the next green light in the same direction. And within that 120 seconds, in the afternoon and morning rush hours, they make adjustments, sometimes it's a second here or there, to one direction or another, one movement or another, which can surprisingly make a lot of difference. Just 1 second of adjustment can free up some congested areas.
Okay, so let's say, and I did read a few pages of that traffic study, probably too many that yeah. But there were concerns about different intersections, Utica and Masonic, and your synchro is the traffic light simulation, is that correct? And then the sim traffic is how traffic moves along the road. I gathered that from their website this morning. So if they did it once and then that timing wasn't optimal, I assume that the county or us or whoever would bring that back and say, let's look at this again? Would that be how that works?
Yeah, traffic signal retiming or optimization is generally the most cost-effective way to improve traffic operations in a particular location. And we would always look at that first before we would look at adding lanes, right turn lanes, dedicated phases to the traffic signal.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mike about traffic? All right. Thank you, Mike. You take a seat.
If I may add one more thing, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please.
The traffic counts done at this location, the county standards do require that these counts are done during the school year. I know there were some concerns brought about, churches and schools and things like that, and taking into account a lot of that traffic. And we did take these traffic counts during a time when school was in session. So those do accurately take into account a lot of that traffic. We didn't take that out of our study. In fact, it's really important that it's in there, and we have met that county standard. I just wanted to make sure I clarified that.
Okay. Three other questions. Mr. Lucido said he was approached by a couple of folks, and he had mentioned power lines adjacent to his property, and he did not receive an answer to that. I didn't understand the whole question, but wanted to. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of the power lines that run along the property line. Those do exist in an easement with DTE, and they have the rights to maintain that easement. So even in current circumstances, they could come in and trim trees and things of that nature. Those power lines are not intended to be moved. With a part of this project. And we have offset our landscaping back in a sufficient manner so that when it does mature, it's not going to grow straight into the lines. So we haven't placed trees, right underneath the power lines. In fact, those power lines run pretty close to the existing masonry wall that's on site. And so we've set back even further from that. So we're very confident that our landscaping plan isn't going to go and impact those lines, and they're not intended to move with the project.
Okay. Delivery time window, I think you said deliveries could happen at any time of day or night. Is that correct?
They can, but here's something great about Sheetz. We have a lot of local people engaged, especially with our deliveries. I mean, you can imagine with a business like ours, we get pretty routine deliveries. And when they know that there are residents nearby, they do make a very good point of trying not to deliver in the very late overnight hours. We can do things like that, and we routinely do when we operate near residences. And that's an awesome part of Sheets being a family-run company. We have people locally that will be able to help and on site-by-site basis, including this site, we hope, be able to mitigate some of those issues by timing deliveries at times that are not late at night.
Okay, and I promise this is my last question. These are the questions from the public. Park and pond maintenance. So the question is, we have a variety of parks, but we don't want to maintain yours. And so this would, when you are entering into a stormwater maintenance agreement with the county, you're maintaining it, you're just agreeing to do it to the county standards? Would that be an accurate way to say it?
That is accurate, and Sheets maintains its stormwater systems quarterly. So we do a lot of stormwater maintenance to make sure that they're operating effectively.
Okay, and then the park area adjacent to it, you will also be maintaining that. That will not be the responsibility of the City of Fraser.
Correct. We would fully maintain up to including all of the benches, trash receptacles, the park itself. None of that's going to be in an easement or right-of-way of anything. It's going to be on our property, and we will maintain it. Correct.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from council that you would like clarified? All right. Yes, please. Go ahead, council member.
Okay. I may have missed this, but how long is it anticipated from approval to construction? What's the estimated time frame?
From approval to construction, we would have to go through to completion of construction. Let's assume that to get to plan commission is something like 60 days. So it would be 60 days plus time for engineering, roughly 5 to 6 months. It just depends on how long it takes to get engineering approvals done. And then construction windows are 5 to 6 months. I know it was mentioned that they may be as high as 18. That's not the case in a site like this. That's pretty easily developable. We're talking about 5 months of construction. And I think one of the comments at one point was the demo, and how long will the demo take? This is roughly a 3 to 5 day demolition process. So it's not going to take like a month or anything like that to get the building down. It would be a 3 to 5 day process.
Okay. And then I just want to confirm, you will not be selling liquor, correct?
We do apply for liquor licenses, beer, wine, and a small selection of liquor where we are allowed and where we can get a liquor license. It is pretty minimal. A lot of these local party stores have a gigantic liquor wall that's from wall to wall here. Very literally, we have about an 8-foot section that's all SKUs behind the counter. I think it's 30 or 40 SKUs.
So would you be buying someone else's? We don't have any left. So
We wouldn't be able to
plan
sell it until we were able to acquire a license.
Okay, so your plan is to try to get something.
Sure, yes.
With it being behind the counter, limited, consistent with the other stores.
That is correct.
Okay.
And we would follow all applicable state of Michigan liquor laws.
Okay, right.
Of course.
You'd have to get approval through the state, which would involve our police having the same requirements that any restaurant, or bar, or liquor store has to follow. You'd have to follow.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then one of the questions that was raised that kind of resonated with me a little bit, the dumpster location. So it's currently closer to 14 Mile, but closer to her property. Oh, so let me ask the first question. How often is the garbage going to be removed?
Our garbage services are roughly 3 to 4 times a week. It really depends on how busy the location is, and it'll be dialed up and down based upon their needs, but probably 3 to 4 times a week is a reasonable estimate.
And is that something, though, that is that through the same, do you have your own independent garbage, or is it through the one we use?
It would be through the one that's local to the City of Fraser.
They're not going to pick it up in the middle?
No, they should not be picking up in the middle of the night there.
That's what I wanted to make sure for the residents.
No, they should not be doing that.
Garbage wouldn't be picked. There's nothing worse than garbage trucks in the middle of the night.
No, that would not be good.
And your business model is to pick it up multiple times per week?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
So now my question is, the location of this, why was this location picked for this? I know that's kind of hyper-technical, but.
Sure.
The dumpster, that is, yeah.
So we were trying to comply with as many zoning ordinances as possible. So we were keeping it out of the front yard. Where we have located the dumpster is in a side yard. We don't technically have a full-blown rear yard in this location. And if we did put the dumpster in the rear yard, so to speak, it would be even closer to residences. So we kept it up in that location to minimize its impact as best we could.
Got it.
we did put a lot of thought and effort into that, and I think we had a couple conversations with staff, our engineers, trying to figure out the best location.
And then did you have additional landscaping around that? I couldn't tell. Your pictures are better than the pictures I had.
Sure. There is a significant amount of buffering proposed on the site. I will get to the landscaping plan so you can see it. Yes, you can see right behind the dumpster, there's 3 trees and some shrubs on the ground surrounding the dumpster.
And that's a dumpster in the top left.
Yep, the dumpster, here, 1 second. This is the dumpster location. You can see the 3 trees right here, and there's a line of trees along the western boundary. There's also a 6-foot masonry wall that is going to be going along this western boundary, and you can see there's some shrubs called out here on the ground.
Okay.
Some plantings, correct.
Okay, that's all
and it's a full brick section. It's a 7'4" tall dumpster. It's a very, very good looking dumpster. Yes.
Right, the dumpster's also walled in then, right?
Correct.
Okay, so
Yes.
you're having the wall along the property line and then the dumpster wall then with the doors theoretically closed when not being.
Correct. Yes, we have four-sided coverage, and the gates are actually, we use the composite material with steel framing to make sure it lasts a long time and looks good long term. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? The Sheets, would you like to have a final statement, anything you wanted to cover before we move to the next item?
Yeah, I would like to cover a few items here. I know there were a lot of lighting concerns, and I want to address a few of them. We have agreed to meet the ordinance, and the ordinance is I wouldn't say very restrictive, it's fairly restrictive, and that really helps a lot of sites like this. And another thing that Sheets does is we invest in top quality lighting. It is all down lighting, it's dark sky compliant, there are no floodlights, right? Gas stations of old and other old properties had floodlights that would just point right in the neighbor's windows. First off, that's now not allowed under the ordinance, and we would never install that anyway, knowing that we have residents. And when we have light poles up against residential lot lines, we actually put on these back shields that helps direct lighting downward and not let it spill out the back. So it makes a lot of sense. You put a shield on and it helps keep any kind of lighting off of the neighbor's properties, and that's reflected in the design of the lighting plan that we would present. So I just wanted to clarify that, Adam. I would also like to address the safety concern. As it sits today, you've got a vacant commercial property, and sometimes even vacant commercial properties attract crime. They're vacant, they're not policed, they are not watched, they're often dark. We are proposing the exact opposite of that. We're proposing a very safe site. We do have high definition security cameras, and we routinely communicate with local police departments. For instance, our security team is going to have local police departments' cell phone numbers. And sometimes there's something going on and the police are looking for someone, and we actively help. We don't just proactively police our communities. We actually actively police them alongside of the police forces by looking for license plate numbers, or, hey, I'm looking for a red Camaro or something like that. We can have local communications on that basis. And again, coming back to that, really good family-oriented company, and we have local people, and we make those communications. And understanding some of the concerns of the community, we really do make those investments. We do not want to have security concerns on our property either, so we do that active policing to really make sure that we are on top of things. So I just wanted to address that from a security perspective. For the UST system, I know multiple times tonight the UST system was brought up. Gas stations of old, number one, did not have good underground storage tanks, so they're notorious. In the modern day today, Eagle essentially sticks us with these UST systems, and they say you own this in perpetuity until it comes out of the ground, and you are responsible for the remediation of such. So, if anything should be contaminated on this site, and we do an incredible amount of work to ensure that it does not, but if it does, we own that in perpetuity. Our company would own that liability, not the landowner, not the city, Sheets would. With that said, I would like to reiterate that Sheets really does install the top quality UST system on the market. It has an incredible host of sensors. It is monitored 24/7, 365. And, I've honestly talked to our environmental team, and they have told me that there is no budget at Sheets if we have to yank tanks out of the ground. If we've got a tank that we can't fix, it's coming out. That's the commitment we make to the community. So really, I would love to just say that we care a lot about the environment. We're very conscious. It shows in our 100% nearly 100% technical compliance with EPA. That's a huge investment. It's a huge amount of manpower. It's a huge amount of attention to detail that we really do put into our operation. It's something that I just wanted to bring up. One other thing that came up tonight is, how long is Sheetz going to be here? We have an initial 15-year term on the lease, and we have up to 50 years of renewals. I think that really shows we're here to make a long-term commitment. That's a very good long-term commercial lease. Just for perspective, that's something really, I would say it's a long commitment. We tend to stay at all of our sites for that amount of time. And when we do, we often scrape the sites. We come back every 20 years, and we will completely rebuild them. Tanks are coming out of the ground. Building's brand new, and that's just, again, that commitment to keeping a top-quality, premium-looking site.
Okay. Anything else?
I think that addresses, there were a lot of concerns tonight, but I think that addresses a very large majority of them. I'd be happy to answer any other questions that you may have.
Any other questions, Council? All right, thank you very much. I think this has been a robust conversation. I hope everyone feels like they had their say. Let's move to item 6. Where's my agenda? 6C, right? I just want to read it. I chopped it up. Item 6C, consideration of the Sheetz conditional rezoning application, number. Council, any thoughts?
I would say put it to a vote.
Okay, somebody would like to make a motion, we would consider a motion to do any of the four options that were before us.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I move to approve the conditional rezoning agreement as presented for the following reasons. The reason is the presentation presented by Sheetz. Is that satisfactory, Don? Stating the reason.
Yes, I think the maker of the motion, Mr. Perry, is saying that he would like to make a motion to approve it as presented based on the facts and information presented by Sheetz this evening and the way they addressed all the requirements of the ordinance. Is that fair?
Yep.
Second.
Okay. Yes. Hold on, I'm just writing down, I'm making notes, so give me a second. Councilmember Baranski.
I'm wondering if your motion would include the additional agreements that they verbally committed to today, which would include the landscaping agreement. She got everything that you agreed to, but the landscaping agreements, the lighting agreement, and then the transfer fees for the land transfer.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, at this point, it sounds like we're asking for a modification of the motion. So I would restate the motion to be, if the maker and the seconder agree, a motion to approve the proposal presented by Sheetz this evening, again, for the reasons presented by Sheetz in its presentation, with the modifications that were just stated. I have in my list pretty similar wording. They have agreed to include a maintenance agreement for the landscaping. They do have maintenance agreements built in already for a couple of the other areas. So we would just add that to the agreement, to commit to a lighting plan that's in compliance with city code. And I'm assuming the maker of the motion would be inclined to allow deference to the city planner to ensure that compliance is achieved. And then finally, to cover the costs of any land that is deeded to adjacent parcels. That is addressed in the agreement. I talked to Mr. Gaber during one of the breaks. It is already covered. We did address that. I had forgotten that we did. So there should not be any cost, but we will make sure that is extra covered if that is the maker of the motion's intent.
Of course.
And the second.
Yes.
Say that louder for the.
Yes.
Thank you. Sheetz, is that motion satisfactory? Are the amendments what we agreed to?
Yes, I'll agree to those terms.
Okay. All right. Council discussion.
I'll go first.
Councilmember Odell.
Someone's got to do it.
Yeah.
First. So,
this is not what I envisioned for this corner originally. I would have liked to see probably 10 different things, but that being said, the realities of the situation are we have a bank that's going to disappear. It's going to be a commercial lot, and there's only so many uses that can happen there. So looking at the CBD uses that were provided for us, the most realistic items that'll probably possibly go in there if this wasn't approved would be a retail business, and we know what retail is doing these days. It's dying. Department store, I don't see that happening. Supermarkets and groceries, I don't see another one. Maybe an Aldi or small, but I don't see that. Home furnishings, basically, I see the most realistic alternatives for somebody developing this property is either a restaurant or a strip mall. And right now, we have several strip malls in Fraser that are empty, some brand new that are still empty. And I see some of the same concerns that most of you residents are speaking about tonight that would come along with those types of developments. At least in here, we have some input of what's going on. I think Sheets, to their benefit, have gone far beyond what a normal contractor would do. I don't think you would get half of this if it was a strip mall or a restaurant. You'll still have smells. You still could have rats. You could still have unsavory businesses in that location. So that's the one concern I have. Would I like it to be something else? Absolutely. But I'm a realist too.
We need to have everybody be able to hear what's going on, so please respect the council member.
Thank you. Traffic was my other big concern, but this is a high-traffic area. No matter what goes in there, the traffic's going to be bad. Whether it's a strip mall, a restaurant, it's still going to have heavy traffic. That's not going away, whether the Sheets is there or not. I don't want to see that an empty lot for the next several years because rates are high. Economic development, like I say, the most common uses without having to go through this whole process are probably a strip mall or a restaurant. And those have their detractions just as much as the Sheet station. So it brings a lot of good jobs, entry-level jobs to the area that have benefits that most entry-level jobs don't have. So there's definitely going to be economic benefit for our city. Tax revenue, I mean, right now, I believe, I checked this morning, the new assessment on this lot is roughly $1 million. We heard tonight it's going to be 6 to 8, maybe more, that's invested in it. I don't know what the final assessment will be, but it'll be much higher than what it is now, bringing in extra revenue to pay our city's bills, to go into roads, to go into schools, and
all right, please.
So there is a benefit. Is it going to fix everything? Absolutely not, but it helps. It helps pay those bills. It helps improve our city. And my biggest thing also is, you know, if it gets denied, you don't know what's going to go there. If it fits in the box of how it's centered here or how it's permitted currently, we don't have any say whatsoever. At least we have some input on there. And no matter which side of the debate that you folks are tonight, I thank you for coming. It shows that our city cares about what's happening in our city, and I respect everybody's opinion. I respect everybody's views. I don't discount your views or concerns. I have some of the same concerns. But I think in this situation, the positives are much better than the negatives, in my opinion. So I thank you for all your input. I thank you for all the hard work for everybody involved. No matter how this vote goes, I'm a big believer in Fraser. That's why I'm up here. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members? Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland.
So, first of all, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who came out and speaking tonight. It takes a lot of bravery, and I could see shaking regardless of what side of this situation that you're on. I applaud you for coming out. You know, I heard a lot of years thrown around tonight, and I think that that's one thing that we all share is, so of my 44 years, 27 of those have been spent in Fraser. I choose to move back here after I sold my first home in Warren because this is where I wanted to raise my children. As a Fraser High School class of 1998 graduate, I understand, and I've been in the city for a very long time, and I know what it was like, and I can see the potential of what it could be in the future. So for those of you who've been here for decades, so have I. I remember when Meyer was an airport. And imagine now that we were to get rid of the Meyer and put an airport back in there. What would everybody say? What would you think? It probably sounds crazy, and some of you might not even know that the Meyer used to be an airport, but it did. But what would that do for the economic development of the city? That is a corner that is thriving. People are coming from all over to visit that corner, and has it increased traffic? Yes, but it's also increased growth and revenue for our city. So I think the things that we need to think about are what are we doing as a community to grow and develop, like those before us who made the decision to allow the Meyer in place of the airport. So for those who are remembering how Fraser used to be and wanting it to stay frozen in time, I just don't think that that's realistic. It's not how the world works, and if we're not moving forward as a city, then we're being left behind. So though I've heard so many residents provide ideas of how they think, or what they would like to see that site developed, we have the property owner here tonight talking about the limited interest that's been shown in that location. She's just bringing the receipts. Development of an eyesore that we've been told is coming down regardless. Increased green space, state-of-the-art facility, security, a detention pond that will help with drainage, and if you've watched any council meetings for the last however long I can remember, you know that we desperately need help with infrastructure. Economic development that will bolster development like what we've seen at 15 in Utica, the former airport. My main concern is that something could go in that area that we would not get the kind of thoughtful development and consideration that we are currently receiving with Sheets. I talked to the Macomb County Department of Planning and Economic Development yesterday, who gave favorable feedback on this proposal. So for all of you who came tonight, again, I want to thank you. This has not been a decision that I think any of us have come to lightly, but the one thing that we all have in common is the vested interest in the future of our city.
Thank you. Councilmember Stein or Councilmember Baranski, would you like to speak?
All right. This has been a lot of sleepless nights for me. And people that have known me, I've lived here for 16 years. I've been very involved in the city. My children went here, graduated from here. I believe in the small town feel. That's why I moved here also, correct? I've done stuff in this city to make a small town feel. Parks, all that kind of stuff. But like some things like Patrick Ordell and Sutherland said, we have to move forward on certain things. I want to say what's going to go there. I don't want a strip mall that's empty just like all the other strip malls. That's my biggest worry. Green space. And they're going to keep it up. For the 2-year bond, but still. $8 million. The revenue, the jobs. Yes, traffic. I live on a main road. I understand traffic completely. I live on 13 Mile Road. My daughters were raised there. They drive that every day. I understand traffic. It's everywhere. I drive to Shore every day. Traffic is not going to get any lighter, no matter what we put there. I think this has been the most hardest decision that I will ever make in my personal career, my professional career. It's been hard. So I think, Sheets has brought a lot to the table. And every time we've come to them with certain concerns, it's been scaled back. The drive-through, biggest concern, one of them, there's a lot of concerns. The in and out for the traffic. I do want to say to the residents, I appreciate you all coming here. I would be here if I wasn't up here. I'd be here just like all of you, sticking up for whatever I believe. I love that we have all this community here, and that shows that we still have a small town feel community. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Baranski?
Well, I vote first, so I'll go last.
Okay, that's fine. Councilmember Shornack, did you have anything you'd like to say?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead, go for it.
So I have been to several sheets in my travels, and they are very, very well kept. I 100% would love to be in a partnership with Sheets in our community, not at that location. I've said that from the very beginning that it was brought to us, even before the outcry of everybody. I have lived in Fraser pretty much my entire life as well. Graduated from Fraser High School, came back here, raised my kids here. Same thing as everybody else. I think what you guys offer is phenomenal. And I, again, I'm sure we will all say the same thing, don't want a strip mall there. Honestly, I think there could be a really great kind of combo building kind of put there. But regardless of that, you have to have the investment and the people willing to do it. I have great concern with regards to also the loyalty to the other businesses. And I'm hoping that whatever happens this evening, that Speedway, even though I don't frequent it ever, will step up their game, because I hear from many people that it's really not a very nice place to walk into, which we don't want for Fraser. But I know there is a 5-year plan that we made. I know that our Planning Commission and our ZBA, and they all work very hard for this community. They are members of this community who drive this community, who are in this community daily. So they recommended that it be not moved forward, and I am also of the same opinion, because I just don't think that's just the right location at this time. I mean, honestly, I would love to see you take down certain businesses on Groesbeck and put that building there. I think you would have plenty of room. I think you would have tons of business. And I just think the location at this time is not in the best interest of this community, even though I 100% want to move this community forward. I 100% want to be business friendly, but you also have to weigh it against the people who actually live here 24/7, 365 days a year. And so that's just my opinion.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you very much. As Councilmember Baranski noted that she is the first one to vote, I'm the second one to vote, I'm going second to last. Okay, so I would like to echo the statements of all the hard work that has gone into this plan, from the Sheets Corporation, the Planning Commission, the planner, Lauren, our planner, AEW, our building department, our city manager. There has been a lot of, well, do we have to thank the lawyer?
Yeah, thank Don.
All right, Don too. Don, you, Don, and I'm just gonna be a little informal. Don, you really did work to simplify this and a lot of this and put it into English that we can try to understand. But I think what I saw was a thorough job on the part of our administrative team and a thorough job by Sheets. Sheets is a great company. Barrier-free is something that I've been touting for a long time. That you put it in there automatically is a good thing. The question is location. And also I've spent 18 years being involved with this city, and I've watched most of the decisions that have been made in the last 30 years. So these decisions are hard. They are not easily come by. That's why there's 7 of us and not 1. We each come with a different perspective, a different goal, but hopefully we can come together and find a common ground where we move forward. That said, I would prefer a different location for this. The master plan, which I voted to approve in 2021, was the first time it had been updated in a very long time. When I first got involved with the city, I looked at the plan in 2007, and it was the 1990 master plan. Did not even have my subdivision on it. So having an updated plan, having a conversation around that plan that helps us identify the things we want to do to move forward. Do I understand why there's support for this development at that location? Yes. That I do not want to empty large parcels of land in our central business area. But I believe that we really do have to work harder to find what we want to be. Do we want to be a spot on the map between Roseville and Clinton Township? Or do we want to be something more that I think we all moved to Fraser for? So that's my statement. I'll take my vote. But I do appreciate everybody's comments tonight, and I respect you all. Councilmember Bransky.
I remember, so first of all, I live in Kingston behind here, and I remember when I first heard about this and it was going to the Planning Commission, and I said, oh, thank heavens. I'm so glad I'm not on the Planning Commission, because I knew immediately that this was going to be such a volatile issue, as are all big decisions in any city, in any community. And I watched that Planning Commission meeting, and I saw what they did, and I had opinions, personal opinions at that point in time that I was like, I don't want a gas station on the corner. But I didn't do any due diligence, none. Never been to a Sheetz. First time I was at a Sheetz was last Wednesday. And then I got a call after that meeting from Councilmember Sutherland, who educated me about the reality that I do have to make a decision, and that we are going to be here if Sheetz comes back, and they've come back. And I've done a lot of work and a lot of soul searching. And I want to commend Sheetz because 90% of my concerns, other than the fundamental, it's a gas station, are not only addressed, but knocked out of the park with stuff. And I don't take that landscaping commitment as only a 2-year, that's the bond. The landscaping commitment is those trees are going to be there in 10 years, or Amy Branson's going to be knocking with the petition. I won't be on council, but I'm still a lawyer. So, but seriously, I get the emotion. I also get the concern. But the alternative scares me more than this plan that I see. And when I saw that visual today, I hadn't seen the starting screen. And I was like, oh my gosh, there it is in real time. And I can't vote no when that's there, an $8 million plus investment in our city. No other business has come. That has been for sale. I mean, even when the bank was there, I think it was for sale. It has been available, and it has been marketed and marketed and marketed. And this, I feel, is the best solution for this area. So those are my thoughts. And I know people are unhappy, and I get it.
Okay.
But I'm using my gut.
All right, thank you very much. Pardon me? No, we have citizen participation on this agenda item. So, all right, now we always have citizen participation on agenda items. I think everybody's expressed their feelings regarding Sheetz. This is a matter of whether we take a vote for approval of the conditional rezoning agreement. So I'd appreciate if you keep your comments to whether this vote is a yes or no. But you have the floor if anyone would like to come up and speak.
Deanna Reiner, 15569 Luxembourg, REINER. I just want to, I know the way this seems like this vote is going, but remember, you guys are elected to represent the residents. I mean, I really feel like we're being kind of poo-pooed on. Is that all right for a court reporter? But I just feel like, say, you've heard us, and I hope you would take your positions that we elected, each of you, to listen to the public and represent us. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Ray.
Name is Ray Wojciechowski.
Could you spell that for the court reporter? Because I can't spell it.
Okay, last name WOJCIECHOWSKI.
Thank you.
34950 Hidden Pine Drive, right across the street, Fraser Senior Housing. Best way to say it, if I was a coach right now, and I was maybe Campbell with the Lions, and it's a very long speech I'm going to give.
Well, keep it
If
to
you want to
5 minutes,
grow,
please.
you got to let go. Take it from there.
You can give a speech like that anytime. Thank you.
Let's have it.
You're in favor. Okay.
We want to grow.
All right, thank you. Anyone else would like to make a comment during the public citizen participation on this agenda item?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Emma Stasek, last name spelled Stasek, living at 16430 Wood Lane in Fraser. I really just think that one thing that we should be taking into consideration with regard to the vote is the confusion around whether or not a meeting was to occur this evening. I heard about it and I was like, okay, well, is it really happening? There was updates to the news article, but a lot of other people expressed confusion about that. And as an elected body, I think that's something that you need to be mindful of when you're considering whether people's voices are being heard. A bit of editorialization here. I think that there are other opportunities that we could consider from a mixed-use perspective that would bring higher wages to the city of Fraser and a more stable and diverse population when it comes to education and economic prosperity. And I know that there are resources that can be taken advantage of to market properties such as this and even rehabilitate, but I fully understand that this has probably reached the end of its functional life. I think there's more stones that we can overturn, and I think there's more voices that would appreciate a seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I don't see any more. Okay, here we go. We got one more.
Richard Seeger again, SEGR. So I did already make a prior comment suggesting the possibility for you to consider postponement. And I also remember, oh yeah, this is being recorded because my parents did inform me they live in a little town called Sheboygan, so they often visit once in a while. And I was just kind of thinking, oh, well, people who couldn't come tonight, they might as well be watching live wherever they are, and also watch the replay, and that whether or not they knew this meeting was even going on, then they can find out what kind of went down, and not necessarily, unfortunately, were unable to provide an opinion. So I kind of just want to note the perspective that just keep them in mind as you make your decision on whether to vote as proceeded today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, to say that I'm disappointed is
Paul
probably an
Salufo.
understatement. However, Paul Salufo.
Thank you.
CILLUFFO. I want to remind everybody here, this is a real issue, but another issue that we seem to overlook in this community is that crime is going up big time. Our crime numbers impact every one of you that get insurance on your cars or your home. That number is put into the mix as far as what you pay as far as your bill on insurance. That's one thing. The second thing is the schools now are 44% non-resident students. In other words, we have school choice is 44%. I don't know if that alarms any of you, but it should, but maybe it doesn't. We're at 36% non-owner occupied housing in this community. We've just increased it. So I just want you to know, although you may think it's a good idea to put in a gas station like this, it is a gas station. You can call it whatever you want. And yes, they're going to say they're going to do whatever they say they're going to do to get it. They're salesmen. All of us have dealt with salesmen. But this is a really sad situation, because when it's all said and done, the amount of leverage you have as a community or as a municipality or as a city attorney to really make them do something they didn't really want to do in the first place, or they overlooked and they're not going to do it anyhow. We've got examples of that in this community right now. So big boys down the street that go smooth. How about some of the other communities? How about the soccer building that the people that live behind it, they can't even get grass to grow? That all took place in this community. So to disregard what people have said here tonight is not only a slap in the face, but as you all know, when you ran for office, some of you, first of all, there's only one member of this council that actually ran for office. Everybody else was placed or was on the council to begin with. So when you people sit there and you smile, you say, yeah, you didn't even run against anybody. Nobody wants to do this job because you guys are so not in touch with the community. I've been up there. I've made many, many very tough decisions. And I know one thing's for sure. The Fraser residents always came first. My Fraser, our police department was paramount. I would never have knocked them down 9 officers. This is really a sad, sad day. And I never thought I would see that. But it's unfortunate that it's come to this. I went into City Hall and said to her assistant, Mary, I believe it is, I said, this hearing started. This is a hearing. This isn't even a meeting. This is a hearing. That hearing started the day those letters went out to notify those people that they have, 420 people that are in the zoning area. I really think that it was really sad to think that that information came from a Facebook post from a council person to say that, oh, it's been called off. These are people's lives. They live here. They raise families here. They're having babies here. You guys are unbelievable. Very, very disappointed. I'm not the most eloquent speaker, but I got to tell you one thing. I always talk from the heart, and I showed what I could do for this community. None of you have ever worked as hard as I have for this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Looks like we had 2 more.
One more. Don Olszewski, OLSZEWSKI. I've heard enough negativism from this gathering. It's a negative crowd. I'm of the opinion that only those that got a complaint are going to come out. I wasn't aware that there was some post that this meeting was canceled. People have had the opportunity. There have been signs out in front of City Hall. Community notice. The comments from former Mayor Carnegie, I watched him grow up. He was my neighbor. But he had a lot of good comments.
Please.
He had a lot of good comments. Okay? I have my say before, but I've been hearing so much negativism, I just have to get up and say it again. I'm saying, as far as she's concerned, let them rock. Let's go for it.
Thank you.
Thank you again. I'll try not to shake this time, but anyways, very disappointing. You're going to move forward and increase your revenue at our cost. Our property values are going to go down. The gentleman that owns the property, when they had their little get-together at the UFW, he said, it's my property, I'll do what I want, and if this doesn't go through, I'll put a porno store up there. Wow. So this is the gentleman that you're working with. Did he entertain anybody else, or he wants the 15-year lease with sheep? Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Look out for us. Your name? Edie Pearson.
Good evening. Mayor, thank you. City Council, thank you.
Your name, please.
Lisa Acker.
Thank you.
16595 Rosemary. I'm going to apologize now because I don't hold back how I feel. I live next door to the Lucidos. I can see the outline of my house. But you know what I see? My 12-year-old and my 14-year-old daughters. We are a city that comes together and talks about how do we make it better. I don't want to see the vacant bank. I've lived there 23 years. But we have a master plan. We can execute that plan. We could even work with the current owner to say, you know what, if you're invested in the city of Fraser, let's talk about actually getting that downtown development authority going and ask for the volunteers. You have our names and addresses of all the people that are opposed to this. We vote for you. You live in this community. You are parents, you are grandparents, you are aunts, you are uncles. And the majority of us don't want it. Over 80% of us that are directly adjacent to this property line sign that petition. So my understanding is that 2/3 of you need to vote for it or against it for anything to happen. And if I can do the math right, I believe that's 4.62.
It's fine.
So let's see who's going to go on the record. Please, I'm begging you, something else. They are a great organization, but we don't really need to see it. Not in my yard. And I can hear your side comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Francesca Lucido, 16605 Rosemary. Just sitting here listening to Lisa and also listening to the women on the board who have said that they moved to Fraser and have had that chance to raise their children in a small town community. It's upsetting because I feel like as a young family, I'm being robbed of that opportunity, especially with my children being so close to 3 gas stations in one corner. I mean, they're outside all the time, swing set, trampoline. And it just really upsets me that, I mean, the majority of this crowd has lived in Fraser for a really long time. We have not been living here for a really long time. My dad grew up in Fraser, my grandma was here in Fraser. So it's just really disappointing to hear all of the reasonings behind this possible vote that just the vibe has changed. But I just wanted to say that, I guess that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Is there anyone else going? Okay, we've got one more.
Hello, Stephanie Schultheis, SCHULTHEIS. I just wanted to say from listening to all of this, again, it seems to be that Sheets is a great organization. However, again, location-wise, it does not seem to fit. And in terms of, they are such a great company, they have gone above and beyond what we've asked of them. As was pointed out earlier, they obviously they benefit very highly from this area, as is the developer. Obviously, some people think that would be mutually beneficial, but you do have to think about it is benefiting them and what they would want to do to sweeten the deal. But also, again, in terms of, the comments of, it's so clean, it's so nice, I visited it. Visiting it one time or visiting a different location does not mean that that is indicative of how that's going to be for this location or on a daily basis for the people who are living here, especially, for instance, Lucidos, who are there all the time. If you had an aunt or something that was visiting, it might be nice for a day. They're so nice, they're so friendly and stuff. But every day, day in, day out, your opinion may change over time, but your opinion might, just because it's great today, you don't know that it's going to be great in 5 years. So you have to weigh that very, very carefully. And I really do urge you to not vote yes for this.
Thank you. Nobody's gone 5 minutes. Okay, yeah.
Frank Farina, Farina. I've said to you, I respect all of your opinions. Okay? You sent us on a task. We did that task for a year. The only thing we can't get back is time. And for God's sakes, if you don't want a master plan, take it out of take it out of the structure of the city, because you're not moving forward on the plan that you guys all agreed to. Now, I don't believe it's a my way or burn it down. You got a hard decision. And I will respect any decision you come out with. But you all voted for the master plan. Some of you voted twice, when you were on the planning commission and when you're on city council. Just think about it, I'll be there. We'll do the best job we can in the planning commission. Our job is to follow the plan. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Emily Schulteis.
Didn't you already speak?
No, we're twins.
I'm sorry. It's been a.
Get a different shirt on.
Emily.
I noticed. Most people don't notice.
All right. With my embarrassment, can you?
Emily Schulteis.
Yes, spell your name, please.
SCHULTHEIS. My sister already came up, but I have lived in this city for my entire life. Same street, everything. Grew up like small town, just, play hockey in the streets, car coming, move the net. And so I think that something about Fraser is what most people have been echoing, is that it's the small town feel. It's not like Roseville. It's not like Warren. It's Fraser. And just hearing everybody talk about how, yes, there were some for sheets, and yes, we don't want to see the bank just sit there. I'm very saddened to hear that it's going to potentially be demolished, because I love historical things, and I just think that it's such a key part of the city, especially when there was talk about how, Meyer used to be the airport and stuff like that, and it's like the train depot, the water tower, yeah, you talk about those things in the past, and it's like, now all we have is a little plaque or a booklet that the historical commission puts out. So I think that this is the first time that me or my sister have been to one of these meetings, and I loved hearing the community speak about what is important to them, and I guess it's just disappointing to see that most of the council is more so for sheets than not. I again, love sheets. I just went to one on the way in Pennsylvania this past weekend, and it was great, but not the location. So the location is such an issue, and I hope you reconsider and maybe put off the vote so that more people can come and listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other twins, triplets, quintuplets? All right, if that's it, City Clerk?
On question?
Call a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Baranski.
Yes.
Mayor Lesich.
No.
Councilmember Odell.
Yes.
Councilmember Perry.
Yes.
Actually, could you repeat the last, I'm sorry, I just fell behind them.
Baranski was first.
Okay, I know, and then.
Lesich.
No for the mayor. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Odell. Yes.
Yeah, mayor, no, okay. Odell?
Yes.
We're in alphabetical order, that's why.
Okay, I'm sorry, okay.
No, that's why.
And then?
Councilmember Perry.
Yes.
Councilmember Shornack.
No.
Councilmember Stein.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland.
Yes.
It's 5 votes yes.
Motion passes 5-2. The conditional rezoning application is approved. All right, we have one more item, and it's part of our standard meeting. If there's any comments you'd like to make, if not, we will adjourn the meeting. Motion. Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned at 10:52 p.m. Thank you very much.